Call the meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I want to welcome everybody. If you have your phones, please put them on silent. Also, appreciate everybody that's viewing on Facebook and YouTube and everything else that we have available. Okay, the next thing is a moment of the prayer. And Vanessa?
I would like to take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Okay, roll call. We're starting with Commissioner Reed this morning.
Here.
Mr. Culberson?
Here.
Mr. Stephen?
Here.
Commissioner Smith? I am here. And Commissioner Dove?
Here.
Okay.
Are you here?
I said, I'm trying to be here. Yeah. Okay, we got public comment. I've got a few names. Of course, I'll let anyone speak that wants to speak. Only thing I asked is you introduce yourself. Remember, there's a 5-minute clock up there. And if you're coming up to speak on something, I'd like for it to be something new and not something to repeat ourselves on. But if that's what you feel you need to do, I totally understand that. So the first one I've got is it Kirsten here this morning? I think she sent out a thing that wanted to be emailed to the commissioners. Okay.
I apologize. She came yesterday and said she would probably wait and come next week.
Okay. Thank you, Meza. The next one is Rebecca Mahan. I'll get it right eventually, Becky. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm Rebecca Mahan. Unfortunately, I'm here to repeat discussion over the topic today, so I apologize in advance.
Okay.
Excuse me, could you move the mic a little closer?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it on?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, at least you gave me notice you're going to repeat. I appreciate that, so go ahead.
There are a lot of people trying to discredit my neighbors and I. Many of us are highly educated. Some of us are engineers and accountants. I fix fraud and waste problems for a global commerce platform. Calling us liars and non-tax-paying citizens because they believe their feelings are more important than useful facts. I can't run for the city if I wasn't a tax-paying citizen for the city, just FYI. I'm asking the county to follow the golden factors while looking at this development. I'm asking the county to follow the policy you guys put into place and reject this proposal. I'm asking the county to take the county administrator's findings about this development having negative impact on the county into consideration. I'm asking the county to protect this community from unnecessary waste and misuse of taxpayer dollars. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, John Redden, is John here? Oh, there you are, John. I saw you earlier. Good morning.
John Redden. On Monday, the Lansing School District voted 4-3 to approve the Riverbend Heights RHID. The main reason was that falling birth rates is causing student enrollment to decrease, and thus new homes and thus more children are needed to make up the difference. However, the school district is being misled because the numbers indicate that the greater the number of students, the greater the financial deficit. Because the actual annual cost to educate a student at Lansing is far greater than the per-student sources of income from state and federal and the available RHID tax revenue. The RHID increases the deficit, but a non-RHID development mitigates the deficit. If the actual average annual cost to educate a student could be reduced from $14,000 to $11,500, the school district would break even. Okay, Ad Astra sells the improved lots to the house builder for an approximate profit of $20,000 per lot, and that bangs into about an $8 million profit after he sells all 406 houses. That's the first time he'll be paid. The RHID is gravy on top of that profit. and that's the second time he'll be paid. Soon, school and city taxes are going to go up, and people will be suffering financially. Is it right that Ad Astra makes this easy money, RHID money, while people in Leavenworth County are being stressed financially? Also, the developer contributes approximately 20% of the work to achieve the final appraised value of the house, yet it collects 100% of the RHID funds. Is that fair? An alternate identification for this business might be utility installer. But since Ad Astra has no permanent crews and owns no equipment and must enlist outside legal services to attain his goals, a more accurate title may be astute businessman who has figured out a way to exploit the original intent of the Kansas RHID Act. Now, when a government implements a project, they typically solicit bids from several contractors so that taxpayers get the best deal. Yet with this Riverbend Heights subdivision that involves a diversion of over $20 million of taxpayer funds to Ad Astra, after he's already made an $8 million profit, is essentially sourced directly by the city to Ad Astra without any competing proposals from other developers. This RHE atmosphere has the potential to be compromised by favoritism. Perhaps some other developer would construct a subdivision without requesting any RHID funding. And if RHID assistance is granted to Ad Astra, then shouldn't all future developers be allowed to receive RHID funds to achieve a level playing field? It appears that RHID projects should be granted to all developers, which would be a financial disaster, or no RHID assistance should be granted to any developer. In the latter case, the free market forces of capitalism would determine when to build and how much. And it is understood that government employees who use their public positions to provide financial advantages to some developers, but not to others, threaten the integrity of government. A RHID project that diverts public tax revenue to a developer without a competitive and transparent selection process makes any government less trustworthy from the perspective of the communities they serve. Got 51 seconds. All right. So there's going to be approximately 800 additional vehicles from Riverbend Heights. They'll be using McIntyre Road. That's going to add to the hazardous nature of the K7 McIntyre Road intersection. There's no acceleration, deceleration lane on McIntyre Road. So before any new development is approved, there should be a traffic study conducted at this location. Ensure the public safety. Okay. And well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Okay, Daniel Clemens, Councilmember. Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Daniel Clemens. I live at 124 Bittersweet Lane in Lansing, Ward 4. I'm also on the City Council. I'm joined today with the City Administrator and the Mayor. My focus today is for your consideration of the Riverbend Heights proposal with the RHID. Some of you that were at the previous meetings last week.
You can pull it a little closer. People in the back saying they can't hear Dan. We have trouble with this system, so go ahead. And I know you can talk
It needs to be a little bit longer. I'm not used to talking,
Okay.
leaning
Go ahead.
over the podium.
You can maybe disconnect. Can he pull that out if he wants?
You can. It comes off. There you go.
Okay. So you may, if you attended some of the meetings last week in Tongi, some of this information you may have heard before. If you haven't, it might be new. So first of all, the Kansas Commerce Department oversees RHID. They define the RHID as it captures the incremental increase in real property taxes created by housing development for up to 25 years. The incremental increase can be used to pay debt services on bonds, to fund project, or transfer to the developer as reimbursements for costs incurred. And I can go through about 12 things it's can be used for, but I'm sure that you've already read that. The future and economic well-being of the city depends on the governing body providing additional incentives for construction or renovation of quality housing in the city. The Reinvestment House Incentive District Act is intended to encourage development and renovation of houses in cities and counties by authorizing them to finance certain public improvements to support housing in areas of the state experience of a shortage of housing. The Commerce Department's RHIDs, I'm sorry, you may not have heard it. It was coming through my hearing aid, so
You're good. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So getting away from the Commerce website, all that was on the Commerce website. You go check it out for yourself, double check it. But their guidelines say it captures the incremental increase in real property taxes created by the district up to 25 years. We're not asking for 25 years. And I know your policy is 15 years. Incremental increases, to me, means you don't stop getting what you get today. As the houses are built, the RHID is on the houses that are built and ready to sell in that district. It does not apply to any other citizens living anywhere in the city area. It's only in the RHID district. Understand that the area that River Bends is in, there's no infrastructure in that area. Everything has to be built. When we did the sewer project coming up to McIntyre Road, we had to grind through 30 feet of solid granite to lay the pipe. That's not inexpensive, and it's not quick. So it's going to take 8 to 9 months to get all the infrastructure in that area before they can start building. When they start building, they're estimating about 60 units a year will be built. 60 units. And if that comes true, it's going to be the 7th or 8th year before all the houses are built. Just doing simple math, dividing the total number by 60. So 100% of the homes will not be paying RHID for about 3 or 4 years. So, and I say that because Lansing has in its RHID development agreement that RHID taxes from any one unit, a house being a unit, will not exceed $52,500. So that means a house paying property tax of $4,500 a year annual, 80% of that going to the RHID, would be paid off in 14.5 years. And that unit will no longer be subject to the RHID, and the taxing entities will start getting 100% from that unit. That does not include your road use taxes. That's not included in RHID. You get that from day one. So you're going to get the taxes you get now. You get the 20% from the homes until it reaches the maximum that Lansing has put into the development agreement. And at 7th, 8th year, you start receiving 100%. And every year after that, you start getting 100%.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate your comments.
Chair, could I ask one question? What was the amount of cost the city has already put into that infrastructure you were talking about?
Are you talking about up to about $3 million from the city?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I do have one question.
Okay, hold on, Jacob. Go ahead, Mike.
How much county funds has the city received for infrastructure improvements in the last 5 years?
I was just going to ask that.
I'll have to ask Tim. I'm sorry. How much county funds has the city received for infrastructure?
In the last 5 years, I think.
The county contributed, I think, $240,000 for the engineering of that sewer line. And then I did hear
someone say like 1.3 million of that sewer
Yeah.
line was COVID.
That's correct. That's correct.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question, sir?
I was
Thank
going to
you.
say almost $2 million.
Yeah.
Any other
Okay.
questions?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Is there anyone else that's public comment would like to address? Yes, ma'am. Come on back. Come on up. It's you. Good morning.
Morning. April Cromer, 131st Street. We've heard a lot recently about an elusive revenue-neutral budget, a phrase one commissioner has repeatedly mentioned a lot on social media. But here's what I saw at the last board meeting. Approximately $740,000 in budget cuts were proposed, and that same commissioner, now championing for a revenue-neutral budget, was against all those cuts and offered no alternative recommendations. For the past 6 weeks, there have been every opportunity to request a revenue-neutral budget. There was time for this, to review numbers, sit down with the county administrator with ideas, and bring forward responsible, workable solutions. But that discussion obviously never happened because I heard Mr. Lawfrey state at the last meeting that 6 weeks' notice would have been nice. Now, after official notices has already been sent out to taxpayers, last-minute call to make it appear like a less serious budget review, and a more of an attempt to appear fiscally responsible without having done the necessary work. That's not leadership. It's political theater. And the problem with political theater is this. It focuses on appearances over results. It generates headlines instead of solutions. Meanwhile, essential services, EMS, our roads, Council on Aging, would be left unattended. So adding to that concern, the same commissioner's been touting about Riverbend Heights RHID that will affect taxpayers in their own rural district, a project that will divert property tax revenue away from USD 469 and will not affect the neighboring USD 453. That means fewer dollars for classrooms, resources, teachers, fewer opportunities for a growing student population, and Lansing will need to have a new building with all the 3 RHID projects being proposed, just like what is happening in Tonganoxie. And guess what? That means new buildings, higher taxes once again. And it's hard to reconcile a claim to protect taxpayers while backing a long-term tax diversion for a developer. You cannot present yourself as a guardian of the public purse while supporting policies that reduce the very revenue needed for core county services and take away from education. That's a contradiction and another act in political theater. Let's talk about representation. Many of us in Delaware Township and High Prairie Township have raised concerns, respectfully and consistently, yet our voices often seem overshadowed by political priorities. The very voters that got each of you in your seats and pay your salary deserve the same attention. Every year, property valuations continue to increase. Even when the county remains revenue neutral, we still see our taxes rise. Families, seniors, small business owners continue to shoulder the burden. We have raised concerns repeatedly, and too often we feel unheard. I don't need a political science degree to know that this is not working. The appearance of backroom decision-making erodes public trust and leaves taxpayers, including seniors on fixed income, single parents, working families, feeling unprotected. But I also want to acknowledge that some of you on this board do lead with integrity. You place constituents ahead of politics and resist the pull of special interests. To those commissioners, I respectfully urge you, vote no on Riverbend Heights RHID, follow your own 15-year policy, rely on the guidance of your own county administrator who has demonstrated a commitment to conservative fiscal stewardship of our tax dollars, and above all, put the people you represent first. You ran for office because you truly care about your neighbor, but your God is politics, and it shows by your manipulation, social media posts, and your insatiable appetite to put greed before the very people that you say you represent. Because this county does not need more political theater, it needs consistent, transparent, and principled leadership. And one last thing. You've heard that us Delaware Township folks are lying about numbers, but here's the truth. We took the feasibility study from Ad Astra and plugged in the accurate mill rates. We used their own formula. Then we took it a step further to see how much revenue would be diverted from the school. Then we used the Raymond James numbers and the statutory calculations the last budget report sent by the school And we estimated the AVPP and the PVPP to see what additional state aid would come with the RHID. The problem is, if the LOB increases, the state aid will go down. They know that, and they knew that they were going to go above revenue neutral, 1 mil. Their entire justification for this RHID is based upon more equalization state aid. But the RHID could mean less local support, less local revenue. And that means a higher mill rate to cover the cost. We're talking about local revenue. So please, do the right thing. Anyone who's been in government knows that the numbers can be manipulated. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Coming up. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Caleb Christopher. I'll hold it. I like holding mics. I'd like to speak. So before we hear from the developer today on the proposed Riverbend Heights development, I'd like to highlight my observations. First, to the city representative that spoke previously, I would just like to say, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I'm from a different city. Oh, yeah. Caleb Christopher from Baser. So I am from Baser, a different city. Now, next, we have a county policy adopted by this commission that has been elected to represent the best interests of all the people and the will of the people of Leavenworth County. And that policy declares that the RHID, any RHID exceeding 15 years is presumed to have an adverse effect on the county. It's not a guideline, it's a stated requirement. And so it's the result of a public process that reflects the county's commitment to fiscal responsibility and thoughtful growth management. Yet the developer has chosen not to honor the will of the commission by exceeding that 15-year threshold. In doing so, they are essentially saying that the county's established policy is inconsequential and it can be overlooked or sidestepped at leisure. Furthermore, the developer has emphasized its alignment with a study depicting either the county's or city or county's housing needs. To my understanding, that study calls for a mix of home types, so the highlight actually on some higher-end homes. Yet the developer proposes that its large-scale subdivision of over 400 affordable homes, or accessible, whatever the word is what's needed and beneficial. And I think they're leaning heavily on a narrow reading of that housing study, leaning on selective alignment with stated needs to mask the fact that when taken in full consideration and full context, this project is more at odds with that study than in alignment. It feels to me as if the developer has walked into our house with muddy boots on, despite being told that we have a no-shoes policy. Our RHID is a presumed adverse effect policy is not a suggestion. It is a threshold adopted through due process, and to ignore it is both presumptuous and disrespectful of the people of the county and of this group here, this governing body. This approach, moving on, I urge the Commission to stand by its established policy, to recognize that this proposal is adverse on its face and does not meet the county's stated requirements, and to send a clear message that developers must respect the rules we have set. The burden is on the developer to prove that their plan has an overwhelmingly positive impact that outweighs the presumed adverse effect. As it stands, that case has not been made. The plan exceeds our 15-year limitation, burdens the county by failing to offset costs related to support services for the residents of the development, and insists on keeping 80% of the tax revenues from the development. Some will say, but this proposal passed the City Council and the school board. Aren't they also representatives of the people? They are, but they were not elected to this seat. The County Commission holds a distinct and higher level of responsibility. You are the final layer of oversight between local ambitions and regional impact. You were elected to apply broader judgment across jurisdictions, systems, and time. Your charge is not just to represent a municipality, but to safeguard the long-term fiscal and structural integrity of the entire county. The city and school board may have their reasons, just reasons, very well could be. However, that does not relieve this commission of its duty to independently evaluate whether a proposal complies with our county policy, respects regional priorities, and serves the public interest as a whole. In closing, upholding your own policy is essential to maintaining the trust of the people and of demonstrating self-respect. I urge you to veto the RHID proposal.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to speak? Tim. Good morning, Tim.
Tim Vandal, Hillbrook Drive, Lansing. I work for the city of Lansing. Just wanted to give you guys an update on the city's perspective and how we got here, because I know this has been a long journey for all of us. Housing had been slowing down in Lansing gradually over the last several years. We did a strategic plan with our city council and all of our new city council members 2 years ago. The number one goal of that strategic plan was housing, finding new developers, finding new builders, and that's what we set out to do. As part of that, we tried to look and see what other success stories were happening in our region, what other cities were doing to spark housing. And it became apparent pretty quickly that a lot of cities were utilizing the RHID program. The program has been implemented in cities like Tonganoxie, Bonner Springs, Edwardsville, Gardner, Edgerton, Spring Hill, DeSoto, and even Overland Park is considering one right now. We even asked the Department of Commerce how many of these were across the state of Kansas, and they told us over 70 RHID districts were across the state of Kansas. So this isn't a new program. This is a program that has been tried and tested throughout multiple communities. There are thousands of jobs going in right now in Wyandotte County and Johnson County, at places like the American Royal, American Outfitters, at the Panasonic plant in Johnson County. It is the City Council's goal that we can have some of these people living in Lansing, contributing to our businesses, being a long-term generator of property taxes. We think that would be a great thing. Lansing has an amazing school district. We're one of the safest cities in Kansas, and we have a great location. Why wouldn't someone want to live in Lansing? We want people who work south of us to be able to live in Lansing. We want people to buy homes in Lansing, and we want those people to become the fabric of our community. New housing expands our tax base. It generates new sales taxes. It helps our existing businesses. It makes us more appealing to prospective businesses, and it expands the labor pool. So I just ask that you guys consider those things as you're evaluating the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Tom,
Mr. Chairman.
what do you say?
I don't want to ask. Should we wait till we consider it? But I do have some questions for the
that's fine.
city administrator.
Morning, Tom.
My name is Tom Dials. I live at 12500 Knollwood in Delaware Township. And I'm going to spare you a recitation. I can do whatever. I can run a battalion in the field. We're good. I'm going to spare you a recitation of all the numbers and everything because you have heard or will hear later all of that. I'm also not going to quibble with the decisions made by the school board or the city of Lansing. I think they made the best decision they could based on the information they had, and they prioritized growth over the cost of this project. My question is, does the cost-benefit curve of what you're buying, and what you're buying here is a transfer of risk from the developer to the taxpayer. And I spent 20 years in the insurance business managing the transfer of risk. I understand risk. I understand why Ad Astra thinks this is a good deal. It is. The question before you has nothing to do with the city of Lansing or with the school district. You work with the county. Is this a good deal for the county? And my submission would be it probably isn't, because I don't see, this doesn't mean by any means that I'm right, but I don't see where the cost-benefit curve ever comes back in our direction, or at least not until you're out 20 or 25 years. And by then I'll have downsized into a small patch of land up in Arlington, Virginia, so I'm not worried about that. Now, what I really want to do is I want to take you off on a little tangent, because to me the larger issue, other than the numbers and everything, is economic development scheme for the county. And I sat on the Planning and Zoning Commission here for a couple of years. I know this is a priority for folks, but what I'm not seeing is a consistent vision for the future of the county, and that's reflected in the relatively empty business parks and slow to no commercial development that you see all over. I mean, we're not attracting business. We can indeed, as Tim suggests, attract people who work south of here, but how about getting jobs up here? That ought to be the economic priority, because we all know the difference of the tax rate. That's no closely guarded secret. I think John Bradford was on to something a couple of decades ago when he talked about the Patriot Parkway and the north-south corridor. We could do the same thing on 773, but if you notice, some of the commentary here was, well, we need traffic studies, we need more traffic lights. God, that's the last thing we need in Leavenworth County. If you want to fill those business parks, you got to make it easier to get access to the interstate. Now, you can either spend the money to put in a new road over the bluffs that I believe I first heard Ken Bernard talk about 20 years ago, or you can do what Johnson County and Wyandotte County are doing to the south on 773, and you can put in flyover interchanges and take lights out. I submit we need less lights, not more, and we need to fill the business parks. I know you will consider the information that's been presented to you, and I really appreciate you doing that and making your decision. I just ask that you do your duty and make the best decision you can for the county. And I look forward to hearing it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Good morning.
Good morning. I know that this is repeat business, but I've never seen you and you've never seen me, so it's nice to be here. Okay. And thank you. I wish I spoke as well as some of the gentlemen, like Mr. Tom just did, and Rebecca, but I'm not as well spoken, but I'm going to give you my thoughts about this proposal because I know that you're going to...
Before you do that, would you
my
tell
name...
us who you are and where you're from?
Yes, I will do that. I'm sorry. My name is Sarah George, and I am a Lansing City resident and a taxpayer here in Leavenworth County. And I think that's all that you need to know.
That's it. Go ahead.
Right. Okay, great. And I think if you wanted to restart the time. Okay, so here we go. I have emailed all of you, and I hope that you take the time to look at my email because I took some time to write it and compose my thoughts. But I am asking you to vote no on this RHID proposal because taxpayers should not be forced to fund. It's not an incentive. We are funding a developer. If the developer wants to make a business decision, the taxpayers should not be the ones who bear the cost and the risk of the development. If the conditions for development do not make sense to the private developer, then they do not make sense for the John Q. public, which happens to be me and a lot of these other people here. I will point out that the developer is not a resident. They're not taxpayers here. So they just stand to benefit. That's why they're going to come and give you a really happy, glad show about how great this is, but they're not going to be personally invested. However, they are pretty invested because this RHID funding that we would be giving them, it is for the costs incurred, but it's over and above the profit that they will get from selling homes. So they are getting gravy on top of already having a lot of profit. However, they want to be lured here because they say it doesn't make sense for them to do it without this. If it doesn't make sense for them to do this development, it doesn't make sense to make taxpayers fund it because you guys have the power of the government to force us to pay. You are taking the money from taxpayers without their willing voluntarily giving it up. It's almost as if we went to the racetrack with these guys and they said, that horse is a great bet, but I don't want to put my money on it. I want you to get everybody else's money and put their money on it. That's not a good way of planning for the city. And it doesn't show integrity in how you treat others, because I'm sure you wouldn't want to have your money taken and put on somebody else's poor bet. RHIDs, no matter how they're labeled, it is a subsidy that ignores the existing conditions without regard to the on-the-ground reality. Reality always wins out, though. High inflation, high mortgage rates, and the fact that rentals are tied to the BAH of Fort Leavenworth are what have been driving the unaffordability of housing, not the lack thereof. There are also 100 houses listed in Leavenworth and Lansing which are below the price point of this proposed development. There's a very real reason why other counties have passed on other RHIDs. Unfortunately, this developer has found a credulous city council and school board. But I am asking you to be the voice of reason, to take your time and make a wise decision. If the gain goes to the developer and the risks and costs are borne by the taxpayers, that is a recipe for failure. They're just trying to stretch out the time to hopefully make it so everybody here would say, I'm not going to be around in 20 years. However, I know that some of these people here will probably be around in 20 years. And we're just going to be saddling our future residents and all of our future elderly people with higher taxes. It's unsustainable. I'm young. I have the ability to continue working for a long time. However, my mortgage escrow has jumped every year by the hundreds. And it's not because of my insurance going up. It's because of the taxes going up. So I bought a house here thinking that my mortgage would be one thing, and it has skyrocketed. That's not sustainable for me, and I know it's certainly not sustainable for some of the older people that you have in the audience, who we're all going to be one day. We depend upon our county commissioners to make the wise decisions and not give our tax dollars to a developer who's not willing to put their skin in the game. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. I saw someone in the back. Come on up, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Richard Paz, 17715 Michaels Road. I think we've had brilliant commentary this morning. It's bipartisan. The backbone of the community is speaking loud and clearly. Many of you have knocked doors. I've knocked hundreds of doors in 2024 and met thousands of people. The number one issue, as you well know, is the tax issue. And the general trend, as the gentleman said, is risk transfer from a national and state perspective. It is to starve the local government. And ultimately, the taxpayers are going to be the risk absorbers of all of this cumulative effect of these fiscal and tax policies. It's happened before in the 1960s and on. And it's now happening here. It's reached our shores. But people are just really trying to survive. And the cumulative effect of these things, they defeated LAVTR. That would have helped. They couldn't pass the HCR resolution about keeping the assessments lower. And then Dave Bueller spoke about the spinning out of control of these housing tax incentives. So now they thought it would be $25 million, but now billions. Because these schemes by governments, and I'm a pro-government guy here, but I'm arguing against these schemes, is that they spin out of control. And the cumulative effect we are feeling now. We live in an asset economy, unfortunately. Houses are not places to live in. They are assets to store our wealth, and those bring unintended consequences. And you've heard many here today. Quickly on the school issue, that was a bipartisan 4-3 decision. There are dynamics in there. You have to be there. I was there the whole time, and I understand the dynamics there. So I feel that the votes who wanted RHAD didn't want to be affiliated with the folks who didn't want it. But concretely, Lansing's own strategic plan makes no mention of enrollment growth as an issue. There's no explicit enrollment growth strategy. There's no mention of RHD or large subdivisions as a core challenge in budgeting or capacity. There's no forecast for contingency plans. Now we have all of a sudden a solution in search of a problem. The RSP enrollment capacity analysis said RHD is not identified as a critical or singular driver of their future growth. Yes, our growth is slow, but it's not dead, and it's not a showstopper for the schools. So what I find most alarming is school board members clearly out of their depth justifying how housing developments fulfill their strategic goals and funding issues when it is clearly not a part of its fundamental education mission or even their own written strategy to begin with. But back to the issue of the legislative and policy context. It is all about risk. And the trend in Kansas, and in many cases generally, is that the risk and costs are shifted to local governments and ultimately to taxpayers, many of whom you've heard are just barely keeping up. I mean, my own neighbor is being forced to move. And their American dream has turned to dust in their eyes. And they are just crushed by this. So, and I hate to have the developer get caught in the crossfire because our city officials in county need to think bigger, visionary. The person who should have been at the Economic Development Conference is Derek Schmidt and the CD2 delegation. In the golden era from 48 to 72, federal funds would flow through the states to the local areas.
Yep.
But now that is because we believe we can't afford it. I've been in the military 30 years. Yes, we can afford it. $6 trillion since the global war on terror. Yes, we can afford it. I've flown into Baghdad and Afghanistan. We can afford this, but we have to have the vision and the plan to set conditions economically, either in tandem or beforehand. Gateway, Missouri 152, looking at this place as the Sonoma Valley of the Midwest. Before Prohibition, we had hundreds of vineyards. We actually helped restock Europe. That could be a farm-to-market or agritourism bonanza here. But we have to shape that and envision that, and it will cost money. But who's best to absorb the risk? Probably the federal and the state. Can you imagine arguing the state? We want to spend $100 million here, and they'd have heart attacks. But silence when it comes to the taxpayers because it's easy to do that. And unfortunately, that's why this statute is flawed. Because the bottom line is we already bear an abnormal risk. We have 90% residential, 10% of business. The economic community already knows this. All this RHID does is add to that at this large scale. It reminds me of a bank run. It may make rational sense for us to pull our money out of the bank because we're scared, but if we all do it at the same time, we have system collapse. In this case, the collapse is long and steady. We feel the pain. It's death by 1,000 cuts. But the cuts are coming at you and us. Okay? So I just want to stress that the only one defending us, this is the last stand because other folks, well-meaning, are just in over their heads, in my opinion. And we need to get a hold of our development committee and really shape the vision for what we really need to do for the residents of this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Mr. Paz.
Go ahead.
I want to revisit that school issue.
Yes.
Because I've been told that the school economically does better if there is an RHID. Can you tell us what your figures indicate, or how to kind of have a better understanding of that?
Well, you'll hear that from and this is what I call the paradox of small government. To have the actual in-house capability to do these things and tell you the blunt, honest truth, it's expensive, and I know you guys are under a lot of pressure. So when you contract that out to experts, there's liability issues, which we all know there are, but the folks may not realize. So they can't tell the blunt, honest answer. So the question is the economic effects. None of those mention the cost of doing that. They leave that out. It's convenient, but also it's kind of a misalignment of interest, if you will, that a contracted person who's actually the one who's going to promote their bonds, for example, may not want to say certain things that may get them fired or get them, in a little hurt or in a little conflict again. So there's issues with that. But if we had this expertise in-house, it would be very expensive, and I know you guys probably can't afford that, but I've seen this in the military and the government hundreds of times. You push that out, but interests become their interests, and you're trying to fold it into something which you think is a problem, but it doesn't address the systemic issues. It just addresses, this is a shiny silver bullet. It'll solve this. But in the end, it doesn't because it's aiming at the wrong problem. And we have potential solutions to those problems. I don't deny that RHIDs in certain cases could be a good, provide the public good in a demonstrable way. It can. Yes. But this one, it doesn't seem to fit that category for everyone. We're having a city writing checks it can't cash.
Yeah, I tend to say I'm not against all RHIDs and something like that. I think there's a place for them. It all depends. Each one is different. Right. What does it bring to the table? What's the value of it? And that's what we're saying. We're going to have a lot more of them coming in front of us in the next few years. So what you're saying, I agree with.
Who can best absorb the risk, and those contractors may not be able to.
Right.
So in essence, boiling that answer down, we don't really know for a fact that this RHID would benefit the school.
No, we don't. And it's going to be pushed off at the 20-year mark or so, and those folks then may not be able to extricate themselves out of that debt situation or the affordability situation at that time.
Kind of like gambling with the taxpayers' money.
Okay. We appreciate your comments.
All right.
Thank you.
No offense, but since you guys spoke, I would like a word.
Yeah, go absolutely.
Not with you, Mr. Paz. Thank you. So if we were going to get into school finance, then we should have invited the superintendent or maybe their finance person. It's a disingenuous discussion to try to take a public comment and pretend that that fully represents the views of the school district. If you were watching the school district's meetings or following their finance and you had an issue with the numbers provided, then I would ask that you would have brought those today.
Okay, and I'll address that since you were addressing that to me. We have every right to ask whatever question is pertinent to this issue. And that is a pertinent question, and it should be addressed.
I have no problem with that, but I do want a genuine look at the school finance if we're going to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Well, if you watched the meeting the other day, you would have had a broader view.
I did watch the meeting. That's what it sounded like you didn't do.
Okay. It sounds like we're going to disagree on that. So is anyone else in the audience?
We are.
Whoever, come on down. I'm sorry, just make a run for it. First one gets there. Good morning.
Trina Guilford, 139th Street. This RHID will have an adverse effect on the county, city, and school district. The school district had a Raymond James analysis completed, and it showed an adverse effect, but the school board still passed the RHID. There are a few more coming, maybe even more than a few, 5, 6, who knows. They're not many of them are going to make very good financial, what I want to say. They're just all going to be adverse effects. And how many can the county afford at one time?
Mayor, could you speak into the
We're having a
mic,
tough time
please?
hearing you. There you go. Thank you.
Okay. Is that better? The county administrator has changed or has analyzed the numbers and found an adverse effect. When casting your vote this morning, please adhere to your RHID policy and vote no. As a reminder, at the BOCC meeting on July 30th, it was asked if Riverbend Heights subdivision would be built without the RHID. The Ad Astra attorney replied immediately, and I quote, "No, it does not make financial sense to proceed, and we will not proceed." Why should the county approve this RHID that doesn't make financial sense for the county? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who's up next? Jump and run. David, come on down, guy. Thanks for waiting your turn.
Absolutely.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Dave Otter, 23150 147th Street, Leavenworth, Kansas. There's been a lot of debate, a lot of numbers thrown around, this number, that number, and I don't know if you guys have a full understanding of the numbers because I'm not sure I do at this point. We've got folks throwing a lot of stuff around. I would urge you that if you don't feel that you have the data that you need to make the decision today based on school district finances, some of which came out recently, then I think that you should hold off on making your decision. The county's at a critical point right now. For the last 15, excuse me?
Oh, let's go.
For the last 15 years, the county has missed the boat on economic development, and it's because of the leadership of the county. Some of our longest-standing county commissioners have failed to capitalize on the largest industrial boom in the Kansas City history. I've built warehouses all over the city. You know where no warehouses have been built? Leavenworth County, a place that's got access to I-70, K-773, and County Road 1. We've built the Hills plant, thankfully. We've built DSM, thankfully, but that's been in lieu of the county's leadership and not because of it. I appreciate that we have commissioners now that are open to ideas. The only way to lower residential property taxes is to move those taxes over to the commercial world. They tax at 25% versus 11%. They use significantly less resources than residential, and that only comes with growth. Everything in the county is stagnant. I love Leavenworth County. I moved here 9 years ago when I retired because I love the rural area. But that comes at a cost. It comes at a lower taxes because of agricultural. It comes at a lower cost because of the federal installations that are present here. We have to make that up with commercial. The problem we have is the population has dwindled as far as growth. Sometimes the government has to push the first domino over, and I see this RHID as the first domino. Because you approve one RHID does not mean you have to approve them all. First to market is a thing in capitalism, and I'm surprised how many Republicans in this county don't believe in business, because that goes completely against everything that I've learned about politics and growth in my 48 years. So I would tell you to take that into account. Yes, we are at a 90-10 split when it comes to property taxes. Industrial growth is not going to happen in Lansing. Why? They don't have the area for it. It's not because of anything they've done. It's the way they're structured. Commercial growth in Lansing is going to come from commercial retail, restaurants, all the things that I'd like to have in Lansing when I want to go out to dinner so I don't have to drive to Zona Rosa, Johnson County, Legends, okay? That comes from residential rooftops. That's the only way that you can get that taken care of. The school district is in decline when it comes to population. I've got kids in the school district. When I looked at the studies, and I didn't get them until the last minute, right at, during the meeting and after, it looks like the school district can absorb the population that's going to come from the Riverbend Heights project. So I'm not overly concerned. What I'm concerned about is how do we grow our tax base? I've got a sitting school board member who told me it's not her responsibility to help grow the tax base. Well, how can that be? You're a taxing entity that's spending my taxpayer money. We, as community leaders, organizers, politicians, everybody in the county has a vested interest in growing the tax base of this county. I've worked all over the area. Every state, every metro area, in the Kansas City metro area, everyone is giving incentives. Why? Because that's the cost of doing business and getting the folks here so that you're planning for the long term. When I bought my house on 147th Street, I sit on 6 acres, surrounded by everybody else's 120 acres. I love it. But I also knew that there's a chance, because I'm 2 miles from K7, that development is going to happen. Anyone that doesn't believe in that is fooling themselves. That's part of growth. That's part of change. Do you think the people that watched Main Street Lansing get destroyed thought that, that was going to happen when they moved there with their families? No. That's part of growth. Do the right thing. Make decisions for the long term. Make sure that decisions are based on data and facts, not on emotion. Okay? When it comes to economic development growth for industrial, site selectors are looking for 3 things, 2 of which I put onto you guys. Transportation access and status of the roads, and building sites availability for the buildings. The 3rd one is on the cities. It's on housing. We as the county have said that the county is not responsible for housing. That belongs to the purview of the cities. And yet here you are getting ready to tell the cities and the school district, well, we told you that, but you're not smart enough to figure that out. We're going to make that decision here. Mike, you know as well as I do, Lansing is stagnant and needs growth, and now's the time to make the decision that will set the county up for the future. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir.
Dave, come on up a second.
At first, in your talk, you said that we could put that decision off. Are you aware that what happens when you put that decision off today?
I'm not aware.
Okay. What happens is it automatically becomes law.
Okay. I'm sorry, I was not aware of that.
Goes in. Okay.
But I would say, sir, that if those things were going to be brought up, then I feel like, much like Senator or Commissioner Reed said, then if you're going to make people, and we're asking people in the audience to speak on the financials of the school district. They're not, number one, they're not subject matter experts. 2, we can't confirm the data that they have. So before we allow that to affect your decision here, and I don't think you need that decision because I think the facts exist. I think we're trying to throw a cloak over some things in order to muddy the waters somewhat from some of the folks sitting on the commission. But I will tell you that I think you have the facts that you needed, but I caution when
thank you very much.
When a commissioner asks someone to speak on finances.
Excuse me, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Listen, just to point out one thing, too, that's come out there. Everyone's entitled to speak. I don't care if you're an expert or whatever. Your point is valuable. We take it all in, and we determine what's gone. We're supposed to determine what goes along with the item that we're discussing. So there's a lot of emotion flying today. I want to make sure everyone stays calm. The one that's happening is in my district. I've had more calls than anybody else, so you folks don't have to tell me about how you feel about it. But let's keep it very civil. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yes, ma'am. I'll get to you, Betty. I'll get to you, Harlan. Hold on.
Hello, my name's Mary Ryan. I'm a resident of Lansing.
Could you pull that closer to you, ma'am?
My name's Mary Ryan, and I'm a resident of Lansing, Kansas, and USD 469. So this would triple impact people in my situation, and I'm not going to give a long speech, and because I've been trying to follow this and learn about this, and it's kind of like what they say, it's making sausage. This is being ground up, and the numbers are throwing out, and the bottom line is, if an investor wants to make a development, that's a business decision, that's all on them. And there's other places for the city and the county to encourage development, but putting it on taxpayers to sit and wait 20 years before the taxes will help any of that burden, and assuming that these houses are going to attract students that will populate the school district, the Lansing USD, is wishful thinking because they have the choice to go to any school district. And what's to prevent them from coming in and renting them out as Airbnbs? And so I'm not going to give a long speech, but I just want to make it a point that I'm against it. And I've known you a long time, Mike.
Yep.
You are a good policeman in Lansing. My kids still remember you from that. And I appreciate what you posted on Facebook the other day, Mike. So,
okay, thank you, ma'am, for your comments. Betty. Harlan, you're next.
Welcome.
I'm Betty Kleindens. I'm a county resident, and I also pay Lansing school taxes. For some of those that don't know me, I am a lifelong resident of Leavenworth County. I am born and raised in the Lansing area and served on the school board, and I am a subject matter expert
Betty,
on some of this.
let's
So
stress this one.
anyway, it's kind of the chicken and the egg thing here. Number one, we need to be concerned about safety. I've seen nothing other than how much increased traffic there's going to be at the intersection of 7 and McIntyre. We need to put traffic signals and stuff in place first before we grow that area. It's not just affecting the people moving into that area, it's affecting all of us that pass through that intersection on a daily basis. Also with businesses, it's chicken and the egg. I think we need businesses, and if we have businesses, residents will come and buy in our area. But people want to live close to work. So I don't see them coming to Lansing to live if they're going to have to drive 30, 45 minutes each way. So we need to look at that. And another consideration I think we should take is two of the longest serving city council members voted against this RHID. They know Lansing in and out. And I think we should follow their lead. If that's what they think is better for Lansing, we should look at that. But we also need to look at countywide, and I don't think we need to be taking the risk on for this developer. If it's so good, such a good deal, this developer can do it on his own. He doesn't need us subsidizing it. And if we can give up $20+ million to this developer, then we can reduce taxes. And another thing is, this development, as well as any other RHIDs that aren't paying their fair share, is requiring additional county resources, as well as any other entity that's over that area. So we're going to need additional sheriff's officers, we're going to need additional police officers, we're going to need additional people maintaining the roads, and the list goes on. EMTs, everything, because they're going to require and expect same services the rest of us get. And so what we have will either get stretched really thin to where we're not getting the service level we're getting now, or we're going to have to raise taxes on the rest of us to compensate and to support them. So those are my concerns. But let's see here, make sure I didn't miss something. And we have a lot of residents in this county that are on very limited incomes. They are not six-figure retirement people. So we don't need to be forcing them out. They're what made Leavenworth County, and we need to remember that. People moving here and deciding, hey, this is a great area to live in, that's great. But don't say, hey, I'm here now, get out of my way, because we need to remember the people that helped make Leavenworth County.
Thank you, Betty. Harlan?
I have a question for
Betty?
you.
Betty? Hold on one second.
I have a question
Harlan,
for you. When you address safety issues, you're talking about road safety.
Yes.
One thing I've been concerned with the proliferation of these RHIDs is a proliferation of slab houses that do not have basements or tornado shelters.
That is correct. That is another concern I have because, again, I've lived here my entire life. We've been blessed that we haven't had very many major hits right in our immediate area. But when we have the tornado siren go off, we need a place for people to take safe shelter. And just an interior room on the main level, that's not good enough.
Okay, thank you, Betty. Harlan, come on up. Welcome, Harlan.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I do want to clarify before I start. I usually stand in front of this body and represent Leavenworth County Development Corporation as a member of the exec board. I am in no capacity here for Leavenworth County Development Corporation today. None of my comments are their policies or their observations. I need to be clear. I spoke publicly a few weeks ago and got chastised because I was representing LCDC. I want to clarify, I am not representing Leavenworth County Development Corporation today.
One more time, Harlan.
Okay, I think we're through that.
Okay.
I do want to say that I stand before you, Harlan Russell, 934 Wyndham Drive in Lansing, Kansas. I am, too, a lifelong Leavenworth County resident, was born in Cushing Hospital. I'm also a resident who has paid taxes in Leavenworth County for almost 40 years. I also stand in front of you today with over 40 years of experience in industrial, commercial, and residential development projects all across the metropolitan area, to include down into Texas and Austin, where there would be a lot of people offended about these comments about houses on slabs because that's all they build in Texas, and they do have tornadoes in Texas, so I'll leave that alone. I am here today to urge your support for the RHID housing project recently approved by both the City of Lansing and the Lansing School District. Since 2018, Lansing has issued 23 residential building permits. That's not growth, that's stagnation. Meanwhile, property taxes continue to rise, placing more and more pressure on our residents. We need a solution that encourages development without increasing the burden on taxpayers. As a resident of Lansing, about 75% of my annual property taxes go to the City of Lansing, the State of Kansas, and the Lansing School District, all who have approved the use of the RHID incentive. I include the State of Kansas because our elected leadership in Topeka created this incentive tool, and I would expect that they approve of communities using it to provide economic growth and more attainable housing in our communities across the state. The county accounts for about 25% of my annual taxes. I ask that you would defer to the majority and allow the Lansing community to use this tool to spur development in a market where there has been basically no growth. Again, we need a solution that encourages development without increasing the burden on taxpayers. RHID is that solution. It doesn't raise taxes. It redirects future property tax growth to cover development costs. It makes housing projects financially feasible, helping us attract new families, expand our workforce, stimulate the demand for our local businesses, all creating and adding to our tax base. The opponents claim that RHID is evil, but they've presented no alternative plan. To just say no is not a solution to our stagnant growth. Some have said that this process is picking winners and losers. I respectfully disagree. RHID doesn't choose winners, it creates opportunity. It sets the stage for growth that benefits everyone. More housing, stronger schools, and a broader tax base. This is being proven in Tonganoxie, Kansas, where 3 RHID projects are having meaningful impact on that community. That largest project, 65 building permits have been issued to date. The homes are selling as fast as they're being completed. And according to the city manager, the project has generated over $500,000 in permits and associated fees. You allowed that project to happen without any vote or any public hearing on your part. Why is Lansing being treated differently? As Ronald Reagan once said, the single best deficit program is an all-out push for economic growth. RHID is exactly that, a growth strategy. It encourages private investment and leads to the public benefit without increasing the burden on current taxpayers. President Reagan was pushing back against calls to reduce the deficit by slashing spending or raising taxes. Instead, he argued that stimulating growth through tax cuts, deregulation, and incentives for investment was the most effective way and sustainable way to reduce the deficit. This project has the backing of the school, has the backing of the city. Now it's here. I, too, would like to ask you to, if nothing else, table this motion and allow the citizens of Lansing to control their destiny. I will say one thing real quick. This is a financing discussion about incentives. This is not a planning discussion. Traffic studies, planning, stormwater, all of that will occur at the City of Lansing when the project enters the planning process. Also, I'm not a school finance expert. I did not sleep at Holiday Inn last night, but I was at that meeting. They were presented with the data that said with the RHID project, because of the impacts on state aid, the project would be bring the school district $9 million more than a non-RHID project, and about $14 million more than doing nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Harlan.
I do have a question.
For Harlan?
Yes,
Harlan?
Mr. Russell. I have a couple little questions for you.
Sure.
Thank you. We've talked about Lansing and not having construction of housing going on. Very few building permits are being issued. But how objectively do we know, in a measured way, that by implementing RHIDs, that's going to solve the problem of the development in Lansing?
I don't know, honestly, Commissioner, that we do. I mean, that's part of the problem. What seems to be misunderstood is the transfer of risk. There is no transfer of risk to the taxpayers. The developer goes out, buys the infrastructure, puts the infrastructure in on his dime. We're not financing that project for him. He comes up, puts half the infrastructure in. Let's say he puts $10 million worth of infrastructure in so he can open up a first phase. And then he sells 5 lots to lot owner or home builders, and then they build homes and they don't sell. We're out nothing as a community. The developer's making payments on $10 million worth of improvements. We've lost nothing. On the other side of it is, if he comes into the market, and maybe what happens in Tonganoxie happens in Lansing, 65 building permits in a little over a year and a half, if that starts happening in Lansing, then the whole premise of the incentive is that it brings and attracts other development into the community. That's what we're standing out here.
So I understand the argument and the, because we've been talking about this for weeks. But my question was, we don't really have an objective measure or a way to know that even if we implement this, that it will change the projected economic as far as building houses in Lansing. We don't know for a fact that it will change it, other than the fact that if we issue tax abatements, now the developer feels like he's able to do the development in Lansing. But if we didn't issue tax abatements, they stated that they couldn't do it.
Correct. Correct.
But
absolutely correct.
But for the government abating the taxes, and then for 20 years, or actually for 15 years, and then on a slow scale decline, we divert a lot of money that would have gone to roads, bridges, infrastructure in the county would go to the developer. So that's the way that it's a subsidy or a shifting of the burden of the blame, because the burden would normally be on the developer because they pay for all of that. And I have maps of the subdivisions that have been built in the county in the last 5 years. Most of them have taken that risk on themselves. Here, we transfer the risk to the public sector.
I'll just say, if you missed it, I live in Lansing, Kansas. They've issued 23 single-family permits since 2018. There is no development going in Lansing. Every year I open my tax bill, it's the same story. Every year I turn my TV on, it's the same story. Let's cut. There's never any discussion about changing the direction that we're heading. This incentive tool gives us an opportunity to change direction. Every person standing behind me is going to continue to pay more and more and more taxes, to the point, and I hope and pray, that some of them don't lose their homes. But I've seen what our taxes are doing to people. We have to change direction. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
We're good. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning. It is still morning. My name is Dr. Bill Page. I am a resident of Lansing, Kansas. And apparently the gentleman that just spoke set up my subdivision. Go ahead. Set up my area many, many years ago. I am a taxpayer, and not surprisingly, I'm going to have a tax increase next year. It says this is not a bill on the bottom, but it is a threat. And those are threats that I get every year. And I would bet you that no matter how many...
Bring that mic closer, please.
Say what?
Thank you.
We can't hear you. There you go.
Boy, I tell you what. Okay, here I am. RHID is not going to make my taxes go lower, period. And I think everybody here knows that. I think it's, I don't want to say dishonest, but not very wise to say that my taxes are going to drop because of an RHID. But I wanted to just talk to you about something more philosophical than taxes at the moment. A few weeks ago, when I came to your last meeting, one lady got up and questioned the fact that the members of this council have reserved parking spaces right by the front door. The rest of us have to drive around and find parking wherever we can, often on the north side of the building, as far away as possible from the only entrance we can use. I've been thinking about that a lot over the last couple of weeks. For example, in downtown Leavenworth, there's a very nice women's clothing and jewelry store called Lou's. Not surprisingly, it is owned and operated by a woman named Lou. Lou does not have a private parking space right next to the front door of her store. It is illegal. But even if she could have her own parking space, she wouldn't, because her focus is on making life convenient for her customers. She recognizes that she is in business to serve them. Now, you could change the parking situation out here, your reserved parking spaces, anytime you want. You could probably vote on it today, and you can have them moved over there to the north corner, far away from the front entrance. Nobody's stopping you. You could do that, but you're not going to.
That's not true. That's where I'm parked.
Okay, good. And the reason you wouldn't is because you like them. I mean, I would love to have a reserved parking space. I have one reserved parking space. That's the right side of my garage. And that's the only one I got. But this is an excellent analogy for how you run county business, if you want to think about it that way. I have been to more of these meetings about the Riverbend Heights RHID project than I care to count, of different levels and different organizations. And I have yet to hear any really good reasons to support it. Today's discussion is the closest thing that I would call good reasons, but even though I disagree with them. People like us, like me, and like most of the other folks coming in here, have come in here and said why it's a bad idea, and nobody cares. They just duck their heads down and vote yes, 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 without any explanation. And they don't stand up and say why I think it's so important. None of the numbers add up, as far as I can tell, and as far as many other people say, to our community being benefited by it. And the last time we met, Ad Astra folks weren't able to answer some basic questions about the project, which I thought was really shocking. And you deferred today for them to do so. I don't know if they will or not. But the traffic study, for example, I don't know much about traffic studies, but I can give you a pretty good one about that area. If you do this project, you'll be adding about 500 cars to a place that's used to servicing about 50. And it's going to be a problem. It won't grow businesses in Leavenworth and Lansing because they're going to be that way. And they're going to be closer to the Legends and Overland Park, and they're going to be not living here, they're going to be living there. They're going to use that as a place to sleep. And they're going to come from there to here and then send their kids to our schools, apparently at a detriment, depending on who you ask, to the people who already live here. They're not going to grow anything here because people aren't going to come here for restaurants. People aren't going to come here for movies. People aren't going to come here to build a business. They're going to use those places as a place to sleep. And I'm retired now, but when I was working, I used to write contracts, and I used to evaluate contracts and hire people to come in and do work for the Army. And I'll tell you one thing about the contractors and the contracts I've read. 100% of the time, number one, the people writing or trying to get the bid didn't care about the Army.
Okay.
They cared about the profit. And I'm not here to call Ad Astra liars, but they are contractors.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Okay, we're beating this to death. If there's anybody else that must take the floor. Not
the
you.
horse is so dead you can't give it one more kick.
Yes, ma'am. Come on down. Thank you. Jerk on, he'll come out.
All right. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for your time this morning. My name is Jane Englehart, and I am the property owner of the proposed Riverbend Heights. As you can imagine, this is a rough room. I'm a little bit nervous. I just feel compelled to come today to let you know that I was not going to get involved in this fight. I have resisted. I've watched every meeting. I feel like I know you all. Just not get involved at all and let the system, let the cards fall where they may. But that all changed when last month the resolution was passed by the city of Lansing to go ahead with the RHID. Shortly thereafter, someone stole an ATV from my yard and then followed it up 2 days later by smashing in my window, in my car. So, again, parked in my front yard. So this clearly was sending a message to me that people did not want this in their backyard. So I believe that while I have great respect for all my neighbors and what they've done, and they've been able to educate us on RHIDs to no end, I think it's noteworthy that not one of them showed up at last week's meeting to protest those RHIDs that were passed along at the city. So this is, in my opinion, a not in my backyard situation. And the irony is that these houses are going in my backyard, literally being built around my house. So, again, I have great respect for my neighbors, and I can hear them talking behind me. I also after the educational board meeting, was basically verbally attacked outside by someone who said I was lying, that there were all kinds of under-the-table type situations going on. I can promise you none of that exists, and I'm willing to answer any questions that anyone may have to clear that up.
We appreciate you coming.
All right, thank you very much for your time.
I do have a question.
Hold on just a second, Mike. Go ahead.
Oh,
yeah, I said go ahead.
I was waiting for... tell us about the voluntary annexation. You voluntarily annexed your land into the city.
Yes.
Had the land been developed under the city's zoning, it would have been under 2.5 acre requirement.
The county.
Right. I mean,
Right.
The county.
That's what I mean.
Right. County.
Misspoke. But in the county, it would have been under 2.5 acre requirements.
Right.
Which would have been about 55 homes, is from my understanding, if they developed it at 2.5 acres. So we've annexed your property now into the city, and it'll be about 406 homes that are proposing. So my question is, do you have a financial interest that you're going to gain if this passes?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's
And,
okay. Go ahead.
and the second thing is, I want to just make a statement, is civility. We all have a responsibility to be civil on all issues. I've been shocked at how this issue, we had two social issues come in front of this commission 2 weeks ago that I thought, man, that's going to really bring people out and divisive and two sides. Nope, I was wrong. This issue has brought the people out at each other's throats, in my view, on this issue more than I've seen another issue in about 4 years.
You want to know why? Because this involves money and the other ones didn't.
Well,
okay.
So whatever it is, we need to be civil to one another. I mean, whoever did that to your property, I hope they're prosecuted to the highest extent of the law. It should not have happened. And you have every right as an owner of property to do whatever you wish with your property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could develop it on my own, if I had $20 million to bring down infrastructure, I'd do it in a heartbeat, sure.
Okay.
But I don't have that, and these opportunities do not come along every day.
We understand. Thank you. Paul, did you want to get in on this? Morning.
You want to get in?
Morning, gentlemen. Paul Cromer, 131st Street, Leavenworth. I was out of town. My wife and I were out of town last week, and we couldn't attend the Lansing RHID for the other two that were brought up last week. So I've been to every single Lansing meeting. Too bad the Lansing representatives have already left because they could attest to that. I watched the entire school board meeting on Monday night and I heard some interesting comments. Crime rates are rising all over the United States. I believe this is due to the high cost of living. I heard, as the last speaker, I heard her speak at the school board meeting, and she talked about a quad being stolen and her car being broken into in the McIntyre 131st Street area. There's also another neighbor that had their car broken into about 4 months ago. He showed me the security video of the people breaking into his car, his daughter's car. He filed a sheriff's department report. Nothing ever came of it. Do we think that adding 100 or 406 new attainable homes in that area is going to help reduce crime rate in our own backyard? I don't think so. I've heard that this development it's not personal, but merely a transactional. I would say it may have started out that way, but it became personal when the concerned neighbors who would be impacted by this project were totally dismissed by the city of Lansing. It became personal when people accused us of providing false information and numbers, and it's still happening today. At this meeting it happened. It became personal when people who were for this project started playing politics and were attempting to character assassinate those who were against this project. We are living in the history of our children and grandchildren right now. Do not fall for the doubt that people are trying to sow to you today. We must do better than this. I urge you to veto this RHID. I'm going to leave you with a quote from Mark Twain. No amount of evidence ever persuaded an idiot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. All right, I think I've almost heard from everybody, but is there someone? Okay, come on down, sir. I should have just started up front, went down the road. Go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for this time. My name is Ryan Burton. I live on McIntyre Road out in the county. Can you hear me? All right. So at the meeting 2 weeks ago here was asked about the traffic study and safety study. The response was, we're not there yet. I understand the processes, but any major construction project should absolutely begin with safety and for the surrounding area and for the project itself. Doesn't matter what kind of project that is. Safety should be number one. I'm surprised this development project is this far along and no considerations have been stated that begin to address the traffic safety for either the existing residents of the area or of the homeowners of this new development. The traffic potential for probably 800 cars, there's 2-car garages, coming out of this neighborhood and navigating both the intersections at Highway 5 and 123rd Street to the east and K7 and McIntyre to the west is very dangerous. It will be very more dangerous. I worry about my teenage drivers trying to navigate this. Right now we go to Pulford because there is a light onto K7. Just go south. I have teenage drivers now, and when and if this project is fully built, I will still have teenage drivers. This proposed density of housing seems forced and the golden factors disregarded with this not matching the surrounding areas. How many homes does it take to make this project work financially? Can it work with the current zoning of 2.5-acre lots? This would also help the traffic concerns. Even though this property has been annexed into the city limits for this project late last year, I feel this ignores Lansing proper in any urban redevelopment and infill projects and punts to a new neighborhood that isn't walkable to any services and especially the schools. For public safety, I ask you to please vote to void this RHID. Thank you.
Appreciate you waiting. Anyone that hasn't had a chance, come on down. Good morning.
My name's Mike Kneg. I represent 23979 131st Street. I'm also a taxpayer in the city of Lansing and the city of Leavenworth. Okay. I had a prepared statement. I'd just like to point out a couple of things, and they're probably obvious. This seems like a fair amount of money for the population density. It's a fairly lengthy payback, like any bond, anything like that. I guess I'm just asking you to consider everything because I've reached out to the majority of the people I know in Lansing, which is 10 or 12 people, and everyone seems not in favor of it, but they also seem uninformed. So as it's been passed by the Lansing City Council, it's been passed by the Board of Education. I mean, you're the final say for the residents of Lansing and what in the long term is the best for them. And will the amount of property taxes collected pay for the future fire, police, social safety nets, all the things that come with an increased population density? I don't know that. All I'm asking is that you consider this carefully, because you are speaking for a large number of people in Lansing who are either uninformed or unable or unwilling, to take the time to come to these public meetings. I appreciate your time and your consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I think we have another winner. Come on down.
I like the load here a little bit.
Okay.
Vanessa, first, I want to direct my. Wait a minute. We had Chuck Irwin last month sent a letter asking to be read at the meeting, and it wasn't.
Ma'am,
He sent another one.
I know most people. Could get your name?
Janie.
Thank you.
As in nice. Janie Stockman.
Okay, we'll go with that. Okay.
Janie Stockman.
Thank you.
24314 131st. Vanessa, I want to apologize to you directly, because I know in some cases you have taken some personal attacks, and others have too. We have had personal attacks on our side. So I first, before anything else, want to do that.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't mind personal attacks as long as they're honest. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Me too. And regarding that, I would like to speak to Jane Englehart's insinuation that anybody from our coalition could possibly have damaged her vehicle or her property. That is ludicrous. Chuck Irwin was one who had his property damage. I had an extended trailer stolen out of the driveway of my house that sits back off the road. So, those things happen. And to think that that would be any of us, she says she doesn't have any invested profit today. She said she didn't have anything in it. Well, what about the $2,060,000 she's going to gain if it sells? And she hasn't said how many parks or good things she's going to do for the city, because this is, to her, quoting last week, it's a transaction, just a transaction. So leaving that, what I want to tell you is I was born at St. John's Hospital, okay, on February 22nd, which is George Washington's birthday, on Ash Wednesday, and my birth certificate was signed by Dr. Christ. He called it Christ. I don't know how you call it. I am also, I love it, isn't it? I am the Good News Club coordinator at Lansing Elementary. I am pouring in on a weekly basis to the young students of Lansing. So for anyone to say that I don't have a vested interest in Lansing, they don't understand. And I have never brought that up until today. I was contacted, asked, please, Janie, we know who you are. We've seen you work. We know, please do this. And I said, I will. I've done it before, and I'm coming back. For 2 years out as a different district, but I'm coming back. Okay. I was talking with some people out of the Unified District, and they said they have lost 200 families last year. I don't think the loss of families is just Lansing or Leavenworth. That's something that happens. My daddy had to leave Leavenworth because there were no jobs except the fort and the prison. That's not a new problem here in Leavenworth, Lansing. I do agree with the fellow that said the people are going to go to Legends or south. They don't identify with Leavenworth. Anybody south of Lansing does not identify with Lansing. It is true. We have to consider the fire, police protection, but like before, a huge concern of mine. This is the largest RHID proposed in Kansas, plopped in our faces, saying, take it, you have no say-so over it. I was at that meeting a couple weeks ago, and both of those bonds, 2 or 3 of them, they're like for 50 units or some units more in town. They're not for 512. Plus, across the street on the north side of McIntyre right there, we have Epic Estates that are supposed to be 512 units. 244 apartments plus some industrial, whatever they end up putting there. So, honestly, I'm going to tell you, I can see 1,000 cars at that intersection at any given time. If you have 512 houses, 244 apartments, plus everybody else on a 2-lane road intersecting at McIntyre and 7 that you can't make a turn on. There's a big ditch and there's a pipe that's been sticking up for a long time that you have to be real careful. And when you make the turn, people tend to pull out. If you're going west on McIntyre, they tend to pull out because you can't see, okay? And so if you're trying to make a right-hand turn, you're saying, oh, please, slow down. Understand that I'm turning here and hoping that nobody rams you. Let me see if there's anything really, really big I want to say. Last time, you asked at Astra and the people, show us how you're going to profit us. Show us the good. You know what? The only thing I can see that they're doing is saying we're not going to hurt you. A lot of the people say they're going to do us bad. And we all feel we are not going to get what we, as taxpayers, lifelong residents, deserve, and that's the respect. And it says, if they want to take it back to the drawing board, they can. Come up with 50 houses that can build. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Now I know I've spoken to everybody. Okay, we're going to move on, please. We're going to go to administrative business. Doing a little. Commissioner, you have anything on that part, Rita?
I will take some time to respond to some of the public comment, if that's okay with you.
That's absolutely correct. Jeff, you got anything?
Yeah.
Can I take that time?
Yeah. Oh, you want that now?
Sorry.
Oh, I thought you had Georgianne. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go right ahead.
So I don't usually do this. I do it sometimes at the school board. But since one of the public commentators said all you do is put your head down and vote yes, I will take some time to go through my thoughts from today just to be fully transparent. I usually always take notes during public comment, and so I'll just share some of the things today. So this board did hold a countywide meeting. It was last Wednesday. It was at the Tonganoxie School Board meeting. It is online and available to view for anyone that might want to do that. As was pointed out during the meeting, there was one individual that just did not seem to be tracking with everyone else in the room. So we have listened to the whole county. I specifically invited school boards, city level. Obviously, the county was there, and those that are invested in the future of the county. Anyone could attend. We even happened to have the public people that were there announce themselves because obviously the taxpayers are who we're serving. So moving forward from that, please watch that if you haven't yet. If you have trouble finding it, let me know, and I'll make sure that you get to watch it. You can come and watch it in my office if you want. Political theater. So, Commissioner Stephen, was the $500,000 that I voted for you with part of your suggested deductions?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
The $500,000 that you wanted to move from the sheriff's budget.
Are you talking about the 2%? Yeah, are you talking about when we were talking about paying 2% rather than 4%? On the, I'm not tracking with exactly what you're asking.
Okay. So I did vote with Commissioner Stephen to try to lower a large portion of our budget when it came to the sheriff's office, even though the sheriff, also deserves our support. So I will just leave that there. Let's see. If you watch all of the meetings several weeks prior back and don't just cherry pick, you will see that I was extremely adamant about asking for a revenue neutral budget far beyond last week. Sorry, Misty. Is there anything against this RHID as far as the golden factors are concerned?
No, Commissioner. The golden factors are used for planning and zoning. That is not to evaluate an RHID.
Thank you. Okay, so we talk about lack of jobs. We have many individuals. In fact, Commissioner Culbertson and I have had this discussion and got data proving how many people come into our community to work. Businesses look at rooftops. Small business owners who are looking to see if they want to open a business, let's say they're looking at Lansing to see if they want to open a business, they're going to look at rooftops for two primary reasons. Obviously, income level matters. They're going to look to see if there's enough staff to staff their business, because unless it's a one-man show, they're going to need people to work it. And they're going to look and see if the area is going to be able to patronize their business to a level of success. All of those in opposition to date, I have not heard one individual, with all due respect, come up with a solution. I have asked publicly. I have been burying my head in the sand my house is not clean right now. Make sure that I have all the information on the RHID from all sides absolutely possible. So I did start this journey supporting someone I thought was a friend, just absolutely 100% blindly following. And then pretty soon things didn't seem to add up to me. So I dropped all that, started doing my own research, and that's where I land today. So let's see. What else? I obviously think that we should be respecting the Lansing City Council and the Lansing School Board. Somebody said it was a partisan decision. So that is trying to suggest that Carrie Brungart, Aaron Yoakum, Peter M., and Jeff Bolin did not vote their conscience or what they believed was right for Lansing School District. They made a partisan vote. Even though at the beginning of that meeting, Carrie Brungart voted along with Amy Covey to change voting order of how the school district was conducted. So I'm just asking for good information to be put out, and that seems to have been a problem this whole time. So the city has already put in infrastructure, laid the groundwork for this project. The total was $3 million. If they used $1.3 million in COVID funds, that's still tax dollars that went into the infrastructure. We, as was stated, have county funds that went into that infrastructure and laid the way for this development. I haven't heard anyone talk about that, which I think is a problem. Let's see. Someone's kind of suggested that the developer is also the home builder. Those are two different things. Let's see. Someone also said that the developer was just trying to stretch out the time. That also shows that they don't understand how this works, with all due respect. If the developer could stretch the time out longer, that would most likely be in their favor, and they have not tried to go to the full extent, which would be 25 years. You cannot honestly complain about your property taxes when you offer no solution. So what I believe the state was trying to do when they put this legislature in place, and what I believe the state was trying to do when they continued to revise this RHID, which is trying to make it what we're looking at today, I think they're trying to solve that issue. If you listen to Ty Masterson, who's the Senate leader, he talks about it being kind of a three-legged stool. Rooftops is the first step. Now, if you don't agree with that, I'm 100% open to having that conversation, as I have been. But to date, no one has been able to dispute that fact. And like I said, I have personal experience in understanding how you start a business and the things that you look at. And so rooftops matter largely in decisions as to whether businesses come or not. So we can sit here all day long and say that we want businesses to come. But if we're not willing to invest in rooftops, I just think that it's a disingenuous discussion. The slab homes thing I've already addressed many times. I was very thankful to the developers for being receptive. They were immediately receptive to that feedback, changed their drawing. They also were immediately receptive to the lack of green space and changed their drawing. Let's see. People talk about wanting the traffic fixed on 7 Highway. This has been something, and if Tim Vandal were still here, he could attest to the fact that I happened to witness a lot of accidents in Lansing. In fact, I just stood over a young man while he was dying this last year, this current year, at the intersection in front of the Pizza Hut on Main in Lansing. Traffic is an issue. Again, same type of discussion. We cannot sit here and complain about the traffic issues unless we're offering solutions. So what I did was I went to the legislature. I talked to a senator over our area. I said, if we approve this housing division goes in. Will it help us get the highway project done? Right? We need the highway projects to get done one way or another to help take some of that pressure off of Highway 7 to help with the traffic flow. I also hope it will obviously attract business and give us a more robust situation in Lansing. I don't live in Lansing, but it's super close to Leavenworth, and a lot of people don't even understand why we're 2 different cities. What's good for the cities is good for the county. I do believe that is true. I don't see how it wouldn't be.
The city of Lansing offered many times to annex Leavenworth. They just wouldn't go for it.
Thanks for interrupting my thoughts.
You're on a roll. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I am very invested in making sure the traffic situation is fixed. I see a lot. I hear them firsthand, the accidents that happen at Gilman and 7. There's not even any traffic markings. I go through that intersection multiple times a day. Nobody has any freaking clue what they're doing. It's not the driver's fault. It's a traffic situation. We have issues, if you've been watching the situation in Baser, getting the state to pay attention. But this is what the state has done in this case. The state has handed down legislation to try to help us with some of the situations we have. And it is surprising to me, but it's just the way politics go. It was passed with the Republican legislature, so you can call it a partisan issue or not. It doesn't really matter to me because I don't give 2 hecks what your affiliation is. I want to talk about the data, I want to talk about the facts, I want to talk about the issues, and I want to talk about solutions. Okay, moving on. I think I already talked about that. Next page. We're talking about giving a percentage of money to help make this possible. I understand if you want to talk about partisan. I understand the knee-jerk reaction when we talk about whatever you want to call it, incentives, subsidies, padding developers' pockets. I understand the talking points. I also understand that there are real issues that we are dealing with that have to be addressed. We have to address the fact that there is a stagnant housing market in Lansing. Ask a fellow realtor that is local and lives in Lansing and has been in realty in Lansing for decades. Okay? It's just super frustrating that we can't all agree on some basic things. But anyways. I do agree that we can do some fixes on the parking situation. That is in place currently because we have construction going on the courthouse. So that's why it's a weird situation. It's not a normal situation. It's not a forever situation. It's just a current unfortunate situation that's happening, and we obviously don't need 2 parking spaces. To the Engleharts, and the others as well that spoke about crime in their area, it's understandable that it's their beliefs that they're being targeted due to two individuals that have gone around and stirred up a lot of things going on out there, and it's extremely unfortunate. If you have the facts on your side, you don't have to lie. You don't have to accuse others of what you're doing. That's just how that works. And again, the sound system was a constant source of irritation and frustration for everyone, so I'm going to end with asking that we get that figured out. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Vanessa. Jeff?
I wasn't going to talk about this since there's so much going on today, but it keeps coming up. So the parking situation, Vanessa's right a little bit. The construction is part of the problem since they're working on a roof, but that's not the big problem. There's always been a parking problem here at the county courthouse because they built this courthouse when Jesus was a little baby. They weren't expecting the traffic we have today. The houses were developed in the neighborhood up against the courthouse. We've been trying to add parking as the houses by attrition have fallen off the wayside to build more parking, but I don't know how people lost sight of it. So somebody got up today and said, the way you handle your parking in the county resembles how you handle everything. You put your commissioner's parking spots right up against the courthouse to make it easier for them to get in. It has nothing to do with that. I don't know how people, but because he said that in here, nobody does their homework, and everybody in this room is going to think, that must be right. That's why they do it, because he said so. In '95, when Oklahoma City bombing happened, there was a big push. 30 years ago, I was here. That's how I know. There was a big push for public buildings to stop letting the public park up against the buildings. Do you know why? Because they parked a big bomb truck up against the public building. It's that simple. I don't understand how people lost that or can't do enough homework to figure that out. The reason we don't allow the public to park right up against the building is a safety issue. It's not about convenience. My parking spot is the furthest one from the courthouse, so I'm not defending my spot. I picked the one furthest away so I could let the public walk closer to the building. But it has nothing to do with convenience. It's about safety. And he's right. That's what most people think. They think, well, if the county does things like that, that's the way they treat everything. Because people don't do their own homework. They just listen to other people and think, that must be right. That's what's so frustrating about this job. That's the only thing I had for administrative business.
Okay, I have a couple things to address. And one of the things was I wanted to point out, because there were some comments about economic development. One of the comments was that for economic development, you need transportation, building sites, and housing. So I just want to point out roads, bridges, and infrastructure. Roads, bridges, and infrastructure improvements have been a priority for the past few years. In fact, Moore County roads have been hard surfaced in the last 5 years than were paved in the previous 30 years. Many of the improvements have been made with voter-approved sales tax monies. These improvements include hard surfacing dust abatement roads with pave-in-place asphalting on some county roads, improvement to 158th Street between K32 and Kansas Avenue with surfacing and shoulder improvements, county matching funds for 155th Street improvements in Baser, County Road 1 resurfacing, and in the near future, widening the shoulder and improving Tonganoxie Road, and paving County Road 30 to Dempsey. County commissioners have prioritized infrastructure projects when we've used both CARES Act and ARPA funds. This emphasis on infrastructure improvement has allowed bridge and culvert work that was not on any previous capital improvement plan. These expenditures of funds on infrastructure will benefit citizens of Leavenworth County for generations to come, as the federal monies are put into infrastructure and road projects. The county has been able to obtain more than $64 million in grant funding to help improve our roads. So that's the first part of that. Building sites, the county's been actively involved in trying to put together building sites, especially for our new industrial park. One problem we have in Leavenworth County is we don't have a railhead and many of the projects in the county have to be turned aside because there's no access to rail. We've asked that the next industrial site have a railhead and be allowed access to rail, and that will bring commercial and economic development into the county. And that has been a priority for the county, and we have put priority on that. Something that's not really focused on very often when we talk about the county and the budget and what we are up against up here when we're doing your local budgets is the fact that we have unfunded mandates from the state of Kansas. The county's 2025 budget includes unfunded mandates in excess of $11 million. These unfunded mandates represent approximately 13% of our total budget. We would like to see the state put an end to any unfunded state mandates, but yet they don't. They continue to do this. And I would point out, as we begin to get into this discussion, at the meeting, and I wasn't quite sure, Commissioner Reed, what you were talking about, that one person wasn't tracking with how things were going. Who were you speaking of?
You, Commissioner Stephen.
And what were you specifically saying that I wasn't tracking on?
Well, I guess if you would like, we can sit down and watch the video together, and that way we can go through and
no.
have a
Let's
discussion.
you brought it up that I wasn't tracking with the meeting the other day. What specifically was I not tracking with?
Well, one of the statements that you made, if I'm not mistaken, was that 15,000 of your constituents, which I'm assuming is your overall constituent number, is that correct or not?
That's correct. That's approximately what each district has.
Okay, so you implied that, if I understood you correctly, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that your constituents were against RHID.
What I was saying, and I did not say that. What I was saying is that I was attacked by your friend, Mr. Pat Proctor.
I didn't say he was my friend.
Well,
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
I was attacked by him, and I responded and said that you can say whatever you want, but I represent 15,000 residents of Leavenworth County, and that's what I said. I made no implication on what specific policy I stood for.
So what were you saying that you...
That's what I wanted to know is who you were talking about there. So
What did he say? I mean, you're giving incomplete information.
Guys,
I'm not going to get into that specific, but I wanted to know who you were talking about.
Okay.
Let me finish.
Yep.
Is when we're talking about the county budget and we're talking about the development of the county, there's been many developers, and I have a map of all the developers within the past 5 years that have put subdivisions into our county. Over 500 houses, an average of 217 a year throughout the county. And these developers, other than one or two, have not received any kind of a subsidy from the government by us exempting taxes. Now, they have assumed the risk of the development. The risk is that you might not succeed in the development. You might build the infrastructure and you're not able to build the number of houses that you were projecting, or you might run short on money. It's just a risk that you take as a private sector developer. What's being asked of us is for the government, which is the county, the city, to shift that burden of risk. Take the risk away from the private sector, shift the risk over onto the public sector, and now the developer has no risk because they will be paid the property taxes for 20 years that would have gone to pay for roads, bridges, infrastructure. That's the bottom line. There's percentages, there's different, depends on each project, but I'm very conservative on this. I believe it's for blighted areas. I believe it's to be used conservatively. I believe it's to be used on a limited basis and also on a basis of what areas benefit public policy interests for the entire county. I'm certain that not every proposed subdivision represents the interest of the entire county. So we'll get into this later, but I just wanted to make that statement, and I appreciate you all coming and speaking your voice. It's very important, and we will have a lot more to say about this.
Commissioner Stephen, just to clarify for the audience, because I heard some ahs. Commissioner Stephen did endorse Pat Proctor last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's.
I don't think I want to get into that right now.
So saying who's friends, I think we're all friends. I consider you a friend. I think Pat's a friend of your and I, so I'm not sure why we're getting into this.
I'm not a friend.
We
So
didn't
let's
let's
go ahead and let's go ahead and continue. Okay, just a couple of things I'd like to say before. One thing that might get stepped on: building permits in the county are staying very close to the pace with Baser. If y'all know anything about Baser, Baser's growing, so I'm glad to see the county's getting those building permits. Also, no matter how the vote comes out, no matter what, I want to let you know that I am not against RHID. I take each one, and we got some more coming for us, and look at them and see what the merit is. Is it in the right place? Does it help Leavenworth County? Does it help the residents? And then I go from there. The last thing, too, on a personal note, my dad, Colonel Smith, down in Georgia, passed away about 10 days ago, and I've had a lot of people reach out to me. I mean, hundreds reach out to me, and y'all don't know how much I appreciate that. So, thank you. Willie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I made a statement in our last meeting that who does the RHID benefit? And with all the information that I've been able to collect, which has been massive, and some of the information that the public just does not get, I understand that. However, this tax abatement coming from the residents of the RHID, that's for those individuals who are in those areas. Everyone doesn't get taxed with that, tax for that RHID. Is that correct, Mark?
Yes, Commissioner. The RHID is funded by taxes collected by the homes built in the RHID district.
Okay, thank you. Because there was a lot of conversation involved in that dispel exactly what you just conferred. The biggest winners of the RHID, a lot of individuals think that it's the school districts. Now, that could be. I don't know. And I don't think anyone here can definitely say who it actually benefits. There will be an increased tax revenue, especially with the massive additional state aid funding to schools. Could actually allow jurisdiction to lower the mill levy. That is an assumption. It could be. The RHID is a strategic tool that will provide a much-needed opportunity for growth in our area, which the developer bears some financial risk. Some. The financial risk to this is not shifted to the taxpayers, but it's actually a part of it. It really does come down to individuals bearing more tax burden on those individuals who are in the RHID districts. The school district will see a massive increase in state aid, offsetting most of our local taxes. Because new homes in RHID are not included in the district valuation. They're not there for it. Some individuals believe that it is untrue. The intent of this incentive is to motivate the developer to develop a northern Leavenworth County instead of taking their capital to a neighboring county with a safer investment. I believe in investments, and I believe in individuals actually making money for their company. I have a problem with that. That's called capitalism. That's why we go out and we spend money in order to make money. Does anyone here remember the situation with Tyson Foods?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure a lot of you remember that. You don't have to shake your head, yes or no. How many people here were against Tyson Foods coming in? Don't say yes or no. Okay, because it was a very controversial issue. However, in that controversy, I was pointed out that I was going to vote for Tyson Industry just because I took a plane ride to Tennessee and received a chicken dinner. Exactly.
There you go.
And how ridiculous can that be? I don't even eat chicken dinners made with the ingredients that they're making chicken nuggets from, which is what they were serving, and I refused it. But yet I was told as someone who wanted Tyson to come to Kansas. The other part of that is I found out about that situation on the day before it happened while I was outside cutting my grass.
Yep.
And said, "You must be at this meeting."
Yep.
And I said, "Okay, then let's go. Let's get it done." The information that the individuals who were against Tyson Foods coming into Leavenworth County was insufficient. The individuals did not have the proper information to voice that particular fact, they called it, and it was just an opinion. The fact that Tyson Foods had some smelling issues in other areas had nothing to do with Leavenworth County. And I'm bringing this up because of lack of information that individuals get. The fact that Leavenworth was going to profit from this, and we wouldn't even have this conversation if it was approved. But individuals who had lack of information overwhelmed the facts. The fact is that Tyson Foods was bringing in a brand new operation built from the ground up with up-to-date information about how they could negate the issues that were being brought against Tyson Foods. And if you want to find out the information, I'll gladly point you to it. But the overwhelming majority said no. They said no to that. Whether they're right or wrong, we'll never know. But I can tell you this, we're in this situation right now because of lack of information given to individuals that could make the right decision. Do I agree as to how it came about? No. But Governor Brown, back at that particular time, decided to hold it a secret until the time it had happened.
Yeah, that's true.
And if individuals would have come forth and given us the data, perhaps our citizens could have made a better choice. They could have made a better choice. But without that information, you can't make a better choice. Well, let me say this. As soon as you make that decision, tomorrow that situation changes because the facts will change the next day. I guarantee you. That's what happens. The RHID is not a giveaway by any stretch of the imagination. It's not a giveaway. It's been used as a strategic tool that finally allows the city to grow, the schools to stabilize, and the county to avoid a long-term cost of decline. Now, it may sound that I'm voting for RHID. Don't make that assumption. Do not make that assumption according to what I'm giving you. I'm pointing out the actual facts of what I see before me. And it's very hard to sit here and listen to individuals who you totally respect their opinion. However, the number of individuals here have come out against the RHID project, and they've been overwhelming. I've only seen maybe 3 testimonies, I'll give you testimonies, that said it's a great deal. We still don't know. We still don't know.
Thank you, Luke. Mark, do you have anything? No, sir. Okay, let's do a consent agenda. But after that, I'm going to take a 5-minute recess after we do this.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second it. Any discussion?
Not for a break.
Commissioner Reed, I know I'm with you.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. That's complete. We'll take a recess for 5 minutes and we'll be right back. Same channel. Hey, round 2. I should have taken that thing away from you when I saw you in the hallway with it. Okay, folks, welcome. We're going to get started. Now is a part of the formal board action. The first one, A, is consider a motion to approve the contract with PFFERKORN Engineering and Environmental LLC for construction engineering for 235th Street project in the amount of $910,134.17 with a 7.5 contingency. Welcome, Bill.
Welcome, Commissioners. Today for your consideration is the contract with Peppercorn Engineering to do the construction engineering work on 235th Street. This contract is to a federal standard and is to a local project administrator standard. So as you guys recall, this project had to be administered locally. So we became one of the communities in the state of Kansas that can be a local project administrator. With that comes a lot of additional requirements. And a lot of those additional requirements fall back onto the construction engineering material data entry system. AASHTO-WARE is what it's called. And so therefore this contract is very important in the fact that this company will have to keep us in compliance with all of the AASHTO-WARE requirements that normally are then shifted at the state level. So we will be working with them quite a bit. Obviously, there's a time and expense involved. If you look at this cost as a percentage of the total construction cost of a general construction engineering project, it is slightly higher, but that is not unexpected based upon the number of hours and the fact that we probably have twice the requirements of a general project.
And is it budgeted item?
It is a budgeted item, and it is part of the grant program for the $2.95 million we received.
Which is good. Mike?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the contract with Pfefferkorn Engineering and Environmental LLC for constructing engineering for 235th Street project in the amount of $910,134.17 with a 7.5% contingency.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion on it?
Only discussion I have is a question. The additional congressional appropriation that we're waiting on, have you heard any news for north of Dempsey Road?
It is my understanding the federal government is still discussing in committee the appropriations bill, and it has not reached a vote of the Senate at this point. I have been told by Senator Moran's staff that it is still included. That was a $6 million request, and so if an appropriations bill is approved by the federal government, at this point we would still receive that funding, in which case we would be back into the same situation and be underneath all federal standards for this project, for that project as well.
So that's the goal, that we'll have a hard surface road on County Road 30 all the way from 92 down into Tonkinose.
Yes, and we will
Some people have been waiting for 70 years for it.
Yeah, and if you get
a long time, yeah.
You may get phone calls. I will state here today that you may get phone calls regarding that next phase to 4H Road, 2.5 mile stretch, because acquisition is going to begin in the next 60 days for that additional right of way that project requires. So generally, that is something that we do as soon as the engineering plans are complete and they have reached a point that we can start that process.
A long time coming. Okay, anything else, Mike? Any other? Start with Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Item 2, consider a motion to adopt a policy establishing a process for future county right-of-way vacation requests.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we table this for 2 more weeks.
Second.
Okay. Talk to some bit more people.
Yeah, we're waiting on some information back from several individuals, and with the time we spent on these other projects, we haven't had a chance to do that yet.
Get as much input as you can.
Give me a second on that.
Yeah. Got it. Okay. Any comments for call roll? Okay. Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
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 Aye. Mike, did you say aye? Aye. Okay. Next one. Mike.
Mr. Chairman, in order to talk about this contract, some legal issues, I want to make a motion to have an executive session. I move that the board recess for a closed executive meeting to consult with our attorneys and discuss confidential matters related to the legal interest of the county, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship as permitted under Kansas Open Meetings Act, and the board resume the meeting at 11:40. Present in the
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Present in the executive meeting will be Commissioners Mike Smith, Jeff Culberson, Vanessa Reed, Willie Dubb, Mike Steven, County Administrator Mark Lawfrey, County Councilor Misty Brown, and Deputy County Councilor John Cahill.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion on it before we head into it? Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All right. We are heading to executive. Ready to go. And the next one, item C, we're back in session. Consider a motion to approve Resolution 2025-27, finding that the proposed reinvestment housing incentive district will have an adverse effect on Leavenworth County.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion time. I know you have some, Mike. Who wants to start first? Go ahead, Mark.
Commissioners, I believe last time this was up, you did let the developer know that he would have a time to present.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
You're absolutely right.
Before you had any vote, I wanted to make sure that you...
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I forgot about that. Come on down. Welcome, guys.
Is the city staff still here from Lansing? They're gone?
No, they left.
Okay. I wish they were here.
I think I'd known that I'd let you answer.
Hi, good morning.
Right.
What is the preferred distance of these? Closer the better?
Yeah. The closer you can get, the better. I'm sorry, guys.
Great. No worries.
Your voice carries.
No, I appreciate it. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm Chris Colson, the proposed developer at Ad Astra for Riverbend Heights. Jeepers. Last Wednesday, there was a Leavenworth County Economic Development meeting that I believe some of you were in attendance for. We heard from sister communities, sister school districts, sister cities, and many well-respected leaders who, the majority of them, almost all of them, gave their testimonial to the value of the RHID. We also heard from a lender's perspective who stated that he has yet to see a viable project brought to him in Lansing that makes sense to finance. We've now heard from Lansing City Council and the Lansing School District that both say they want this and they need this, and that the RHAD is a win for them. The city and the schools need the growth this will provide, and specifically the school district needs the additional state aid funding that comes with a successful RHID. Now, this is not my calculation, not Joe's calculation. This is the calculation and estimations of two independent analysts at Raymond James and RSP. Lansing used to be a growing community. In 2010, it stopped. But I personally think Lansing has more to give. I've seen the care the community has for itself. I've seen the passion from its constituents. I've seen it from the governing bodies here in our dealings with you all here, as well as the city council, as well as the school board. There's a lot of passion, and there's a lot of pride in this community. We need to give it the tool it's asking for to survive. We ask you to let Lansing continue to be an asset to your community and to allow it to grow as it did up until 2010. And we ask you to take no action and allow your community of Lansing to compete with other communities. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, Chris?
Yes.
Would you repeat that last statement, please?
So we ask you to take no action and allow your community of Lansing to compete. And by that, I mean compete with other communities within the county and elsewhere. Other communities within the county have used RHAD or other incentives, whether it be benefit districts or TIF districts, to create growth and housing, whereas Lansing has not taken advantage of and not been able to take advantage of those incentive programs.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioners, thank you very much. My name is Joe Oakes from Polsnelli Law Firm, here on behalf of Ad Astra Riverbend Heights. I do have a short presentation for you today. There's a site plan in here. There's the conceptual plan that's attached to our development agreement. I do not plan on spending much time on that. I just have it for visual aid in case questions come up. Also did not know yet whether we were late in submitting this. Didn't know if it'd be upload IT. I have 40 printed copies. I want full transparency. I saw the lights came off, which makes it a little easier to follow. But if any members of the audience would like a copy to follow through, if that's okay with you, feel free. I can set them back here. Okay with you guys, Commissioners?
Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. That all being said,
Hold on. Tell the information.
Sorry, let me give some time.
Thank you. They're done. Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Commissioners. I think the one positive that everybody in this room can agree on is that this community, this commission, is a whole heck of a lot more informed on RHIDs, tax conversation incentives, than they were before this process started. And before I get in, I do want to commend you all for taking the time to look into this. I want to commend the members of the public for showing up and expressing your opinion passionately. We understand it. Real quick, I'd say I've heard comments about precedent, right? This won't be the first RHID. It might not be it won't be the last RHID. And I could tell you from the development perspective, the precedent you're setting is that this is a rigorous, intensive process that requires constant dialogue with the county, the school district, and the city, and that is a good thing. I've got some slides, like I said. I'm going to skip over, so you have them, the property audience, that's slide 2, I guess, minus the cover. I'm going to skip over, the project as well. Do have those as visual aids in case we need to go there. Where I wanted to spend the bulk of my time today is on the staff report that's attached to your agenda and some of the assumptions that go into that. So cutting to the chase, the staff report in your agenda says that this project, or concludes that this project, will have an adverse effect on the county because it will add about $350,000 of annual service costs to the county's budget. We've looked at, we've reviewed, we've examined the underlying assumptions that go into that, and I want to show you why I think that figure is significantly overstated and not a fair representation of the impact of this project. So the way the county's model works is this. It takes the total property taxes collected by each service, it divides by the total county population, and multiplies by the number of people they think that are going to come from this development. That's not how you measure impact. The right question is not what's our average cost per resident. It's what's the marginal, what's the additional cost to serve this development. Let me give you a real-world example real quick. A couple moves into a 3-bedroom home on a fixed mortgage. They're adding a baby to the equation. When they're looking at how much their budget is going to go up, how much their cost is going to go up, they know that certain areas will, right? The grocery bill is going to go up. Diapers aren't cheap. I'll be the first one to tell you that. Your water bill, your electric bill might experience moderate increases. But thankfully, that new addition, it doesn't require a new roof. It doesn't require a new HVAC system, and it doesn't require a new driveway. So if they're looking forward on their budget, what they're not going to do is take their mortgage payment, divide it by 2 people, and multiply it by 1 baby. That results in bad math. The same logic applies here. Many county services do not rise in direct proportion to the population, yet the county's math assumes that each new resident automatically requires new deputies, new roads, new trucks, and new facilities. What I show you here at this table at the bottom, we stress tested the model a little bit just to illustrate quickly. The first is purely an illustration. The second is where I think we'd be closer to ending up. So the 2 biggest assumptions as I looked at this that jumped out to me were roads and were sheriffs. The model assumes $150,000 of annual road maintenance costs, even though developers putting in all of the internal roads, cities maintaining them. As I'm going to show you on this next slide, we do have a traffic study. That traffic study projects that 90% of the traffic will be on city and state maintained roads. The second piece the second part is sheriffs. We're assigning $78,000 of annual sheriff costs to this development, even though it's fully served by Lansing PD. So what that second green line in that table shows you is that if you cut road and sheriff only, and just the 2 I gave in half, you turn a $1.9 million deficit into an $846,000 benefit. What the bottom shows you is where I think this would actually be closer. If you zeroed out sheriff, zeroed out COA, Council on Aging, I do want to put a note in that for a second, and then assign 25% to roads, you're all of a sudden at a $2.5 million increase. Note on Council on Aging, we spoke with your administrator. He did inform us that, I get it, it's not just a building. They provide services out in the community, and some of those services may very well serve this subdivision. Just wanted to point out that that line item is 8% of the cost equation here. If you completely attributed all the costs back in, you're still at a $2 million benefit. Next slide, please. Okay, the next slide zooms in on what I think is the single biggest cost driver. Well, not what I think. What I can see is the single biggest cost driver in the county's math, and that's roads. So map on the left, it is a zoomed-in map of the county road map. It's on your website. Legend on the top right, that shows what is city maintained, what is state maintained, and what is county maintained. Table on the bottom right shows you a snippet from our traffic study, which estimates outbound and inbound traffic, daily traffic. What it shows you, as you'll see, is that 90% of traffic is going to be on K7 and K5, or 90% of traffic is going to be on K7, K5, northbound, southbound. Only 5% heads east on McIntyre and 5% west on McIntyre. Again, as you all know, McIntyre, as you're heading west, becomes city maintained until 147th Street. McIntyre heading east, county, as you can see, turns into state maintained roads fairly quickly. Yes, some of these trips are going to end up coming into contact with a county road depending on the destination. But the reality is that most daily travel, and I encourage you plug in on your phone, do directions from this site to Aldi, Dillon's, Lansing High, Lansing Elementary, work in Lansing, work in Johnson County. You're not going to encounter a county road, or you're going to encounter it very minimally. So when you're tacking, that's why when you tack on average road maintenance cost per resident like you have, which includes thousands of miles of county roads that residents in this development will seldom, if ever, come in contact with, you're dramatically overstating the impact, dramatically. When you look at actual anticipated usage, that's why I wanted to put this snippet from our traffic study up there. On the last slide, I assume 25% of the road costs were attributable. It's probably actually closer to 10 is what our traffic study would tell you. So what I'm illustrating is even our 25% is probably conservative. Well, why are my slides blank, guys? I can hit them in person anyways. I've got it too. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, real quick before I go into need benefits quickly, I did want to highlight. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Reed.
I apologize. I didn't mean to throw you off, but if the slide is blank, can we get the paper copy up here just to make sure?
Yeah. Of course, yeah. Is there more? Chris, would you grab five of them, please?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
All set, commissioners? Perfect.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before I go to the next slide on need, I did just want to point out two additional critiques I had with the model. Number one, it's on the other side of the ledger on benefits. So for the most part, staff took the numbers that we projected and used them. I have no issue with that. What I have an issue with is how sales tax is treated. It's only taking into account the county retained share as a benefit, and I get why you're doing that because that's the amount that hits the coffers. My issue is that that's the exact opposite of how you're looking at costs.
Excuse me. I think when we're talking about each one of these, it would probably behoove us to have our county administrator respond because we're going to forget. I mean, you're going to make a long list of these. So, Mr. Lawfrey, could you respond to that on the sales tax?
Yeah, commissioners, I think there's a lot of the points that Mr. Oakes is making that he and I discussed when we had an in-person meeting. It sounds to me like what he's saying is he doesn't want us to take into account that we only receive a marginal increase in sales tax. He wants me to take into account the full sales tax, but he doesn't want me to take into account the full cost of the expenditures, only the marginal increase in the expenditures, which, however you want to look at it, you want to look at it. The sales tax that we collect is what we collect. That's what we keep. It's what the state sends to us. It's not that we get to tell the cities we want their share. It's what we keep. So there's a 1 cent county sales tax. We get about 44% of it, give or take, depending upon the year. It varies slightly. So that's the portion I gave us credit for, which I explained to them that's what I was going to do. I asked you for any information, and I didn't get any.
There's been full transparency on that. There is no.
That is what I said. Yep. As far as the services, I'm only accounting for county services. I'm not taking in city services. I'm not taking in school district services. I'm only looking at this from a county perspective. I also did not take 100% cost of all those services. I think I've pointed that out to you. If I did, the impact would be more like $522 per person, not $340. I also did not put any kind of an increase on those services like a CPI, even though we know over the last 5 years our cost of doing services has went up about 9%. And I would never put that on any of them. 3% I think is probably a safe assumption for cost of services increase. But I didn't put that on there, trying to be very conservative with my numbers. I understand Mr. Oak's comments about marginal, and I totally get it 100%. I think the family illustration is a great illustration. However, the county's not a family, and taxes aren't levied based on usages, right? So if they were, you and I would pay a toll every time we drove on a county road or a state road or a city street. That's not how it works. It's levied on everybody. So the people who live in Lansing, which I've made this point, people who live in Lansing pay the same taxes to the county for road and bridge services as the people who don't live in Lansing. The ones who live in Basehor, Tonganoxie, Leavenworth, and in the rural area. They pay the same sales tax. I'm not here to argue whether that's fair. I'm just here to say that that's the way it works. All those services, all the county services, everybody in the county pays that level of tax for those services. Is taking it by the population 100% accurate? Absolutely not. Said that before. It's the best number I can come up with, though, when we look at impact. If increasing the population in the county didn't have an impact on the services, every county would have the same budget. Every city would have the same budget. But it's population driven because it's usage driven. Most of our services are usage driven. The ones that I didn't include, like the clerk, the treasurer's office, the register of deeds, I didn't include those because it's harder for me to say those are specifically usage driven. They generate some of their own fees to cover the cost. And I couldn't easily assess that value to them, so I left them out, just trying to be fair.
I continue? Okay. I do want to respond to a few of those real quick. On the benefit side, I am not advocating that you do it differently. I'm just pointing out the inconsistency in the model. On the one hand, you're using total average. On the other, you're using marginal. I'm saying if you were to assign, if you're going to assign 100% of the average service cost to the county, despite a lot of these services being city provided, sheriff's a prime example, then you have to count the other side of the equation. And if you did that, if you did count the other 60% that goes to the various cities, you're also in the positive. So whatever way you slice it, you're in the positive.
I don't think that's what you don't agree with that.
No, I don't think that's accurate at all, because I'm only using our share of the expenditures. If you wanted me to go grab all the city expenditures and include it, then use that, I could understand. But I'm not doing that. I'm only using county expenditures versus the county's sales tax. 100% of the sales tax that we're going to collect, based on the population, based on the income that you're saying, I've included that.
But we're not setting tax policy, we're assessing marginal cost.
So one of the things that I said last week was that the staff report was definitely lacking. I had already pointed out one of those instances. We discussed another last week. I did meet with Mark, but he was sticking with his numbers. It's not like the developers or the developer's lawyer are the only ones that can tell that our staff report is lacking.
How is it lacking?
So, for instance, as was just stated, the people that live there are not going to be a burden on our county roads. Yet, as was stated, they will pay into tax to help. That's all I have for now.
Did your statistics address that?
Well, Commissioners, like I stated previously, everybody, whether they live in the city or not, pays the same taxes for those roads because we don't assign it based on usage. We assign it based on the people who live in the county. So people in the very southwest corner of the county pay for the roads in the very northeast county corner of the county at an equal rate. It's not based on usage. If it was, we would all pay tolls based on where our license plates ended up in the county. So I believe the reason I say I stick with my numbers is because I believe that it's the best I've seen to assess it based on population.
So when we visited about this last week, you said you thought these numbers were actually conservative. Can you tell me why?
Well, that's what I was just stating before,
Right.
is that if we did all property tax, so the total general population property tax per capita equals out to be about $522, not $340. So there's that, and then also there's no CPI increase on these numbers, and absolutely, as we know, over the last 5 years we've seen it. The cost of doing the county business is going to go up over the next 20 years. It's not going to be flat. So I could have put those in there. It would have been a very aggressive model. I was trying to stay off of that, stay more conservative. And then I stand behind the numbers based on the information that I have available to me.
So the staff report was biased against this project. You can tell that by just looking at item C. We only have one option on the agenda, and it's to approve that it will have an adverse effect. So that says everything right there.
Okay, go ahead.
Just one note on that, then I do need, we should continue and let you ask questions,
Yeah, go
even
right
though we're
ahead.
doing it. The CPI increase, right? Fair point. But if you use bad math to begin with, you can't then say, and I didn't attribute an increase, right? I could come up and say, this is going to produce $500,000 of property taxes from the beginning, and I'm not attributing an increase. But that's bad math. The assumption on the front end is bad, and that would extrapolate into the whole model. Let's move on to, I guess, one more note on the staff report. One of the other conclusions is on the effect Riverbend Heights will have on the housing market. So the table in your packet, it's the second table they did, assumes that 70 buyers who would have purchased a new $400,000 home somewhere else will instead choose a $300,000 home in Riverbend Heights, where an RHID is in place, and it treats that as lost revenue to the county. That logic, you have to make a lot of leaps to get there. That logic ignores how people actually make housing choices and also what the data says. So the city's own housing study shows a deficit of 560 units by 2030, the next 5 years. When demand far exceeds supply like that, a new $300,000 home is not stealing a new $400,000 home sale. It's filling a gap in a market that's leaving families without options. Next slide. I don't know why I'm flipping anymore since it's blank, but I know everybody have copies and can follow, and commissioners have copies. It's just on need, and we can get into this more if we need to. There was a comment made, some data or a conclusion from the study showing that the housing need in Lansing was targeted at higher priced homes. I've got that study. That language does exist. We can pull it up on page 38 if you'd like. If what you'll also note, if any of you has that housing study in front of you, page 38 also includes a table, and it shows where all of the gaps are at various price points. How higher priced homes is defined is over $200,000. I did a little gut check this morning and looked at Zillow, right, just to see what's the market look like. Of course, we can read the housing study, but wanted to take a peek. Who can guess how many $300,000 or under homes are for sale in the city of Lansing? Five are for sale. Who can guess how many are 400,000 or below?
5.
Correct. No, 5 homes are for sale. What the data in front of you shows is that there's a need across all levels, specifically with incomes at or above $75,000, and that the city required construction of 560 units is needed to meet demand by 2030. Last thing I wanted to cover, I'm flipping the next slide. It's probably going to be blank up here. The benefits slide. Okay.
Go ahead.
Do you need a copy, ma'am? There's another copy back there. Okay. Okay. No problem. Commissioner Dove, I thought you've asked one of the best questions in this whole conversation, and you've asked it a couple times now, and it's who benefits from this? Who benefits from this project? And I thought you brought up another great point today, which is what does the data show? That data can be data. But we have to look at what's in front of us and bring it all in and try to make decisions based on what we have. I'll say, I believe the city of Lansing's a winner in this. I believe the school district's a winner in this. I believe the taxpayers are a winner in this. And let me tell you why. City kind of brought up the point we're filling an urgent housing need. We are increasing revenue. School district, we can get into that if we want to, and I thought Commissioner Reed did a good job of explaining it. When an RHID is in place, assessed value stays constant, pupils go up. That results in the school district looking, for lack of better words, poorer in the eyes of the state, and it gets more state funding. So the school district, in the study that Raymond James completed, and I say study, there were 3 of them done. This was a very, very rigorous process. The projection was actually not only, and I heard someone allude to it, it's not only that the school district is better off than the status quo in state aid with this project, it's better off than an identical project without RHID. They come out fiscally better off from this project than an identical project without RHID. What isn't on this slide, but what's shown in front of you is some of the county benefits as well. This parcel generates $4,500 of tax revenue to the county. When our project is developed in the RHID term, I'm in, I think, year 10, it's going to generate $111,000 of annual tax revenue. That's a 25x increase. After the RHID term, we're projecting $667,000 of annual revenue to the county. That would be a 150x increase. This is a good project. The city of Lansing, the city council, the school board, they put significant time and energy into their decision. Like you all, they have to live with the results. They've determined it's a benefit, and perhaps, by the way, they have to live more directly with the results. They've determined it's a win for them fiscally and in solving an urgent need. And again, I think this question's been asked. I'd pose the question, if not this, what is the plan? It's easy, as I probably irritatingly, pointed out during the benefit point or during the cost point. It's really easy to poke holes, right? It's harder to present solutions. What is the plan, if not this? Thank you all for your time. Really do appreciate it. Appreciate the civil dialogue you've engaged in, and let us know what questions you can answer or what
questions. We're in motion in a second, so we got questions now. Okay.
I do have some questions, but I thought I wouldn't go first.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions on this? Looks like we got a motion in a second, so Mike, go ahead.
Okay. Just a few little questions. So Lansing has a problem with the 23 homes that were built because they don't think they're growing fast enough. So the question I have is, how do we know that this RHID will solve that problem? How do we objectively know? Have we done any kind of research? Have we done any studies? Do we know? And I'm talking objectively. You can have an opinion that this will solve the problem, but how do we actually know objectively that this will solve the problem? Because you're asking us to abate property taxes, and those taxes that would have gone to pay for roads, bridges, infrastructures, and services in your project are now going to go to the developer to pay for those things.
Let me make sure I'm totally understanding your question. The 23 permit point was since 2018, right? 23 home build permits built since 2018. And your question is, how do we know that this 406 unit project will solve the number of permits? Or
well, there's the allegation or the concern that there's not been enough growth in Lansing proper. So how do you know that this is going to solve that problem?
I think by bringing 406 homes, I think that's the obvious answer, right? You would bring residents to Lansing.
Well, you're obviously going to build these homes.
Yep.
But the next time, is Lansing going to have to be subsidized for every time they build houses in Lansing, or are they going to have to be subsidized, or what solves the problem in Lansing? Because I'm not sure the problem with housing in Lansing is because we're not giving incentives. I think there might be a deeper problem.
And that's a fair question. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know that you do either, Commissioner. But what I should say is each project should be examined on the merits and where we're at that point in time. As it pertains more specifically to this body and this argument, you don't give away your veto right for every single RHID by approving this project. You need to look at where the need is today and the solution put in front of you.
So the answer I heard was that you don't know.
Is that the only part you heard from that, Commissioner Stevens?
I mean, that's not the only part, but that was the direct answer to my question. So it's been addressed 2 or 3 times. Well, what if we don't do this? What's your alternative plan? Well, if you look back at what the commission has been working on, we did a $50,000 study for a 152 road project that would put a bridge over the Missouri River. That's part of our solution to this problem, is we need to tie Lansing and Leavenworth into the metro area. That's the solution, folks. It's not giving a bunch of tax abatements. Another thing that we have done is we've engaged economic development and trying to get commercial and industrial presence, and because they are taxed at a higher rate. We've been successful down in Lansing, or down in Tonganoxie. We have been less successful as you move north in the county. We have an industrial park in Leavenworth that has some needs to be filled. But so that's what we've also done. And then, of course, the infrastructure piece, investing in lots of roads, bridges, transportation. That's the key thing that you want your governing body as a commission to be involved with, not necessarily picking winners and losers on developers. So my third question is, we have an average of 217 houses that are built in Leavenworth County every year. We've had multiple subdivisions built over the last 5 years. I have a map of the subdivisions with the building permits that have been issued and the numbers. And my question is, those folks did not get any kind of incentives. They took the entire risk for the development, and they put themselves out there and risk. What is it that's fair to the other developers in the county or other citizens and makes it okay to give you an exemption when we didn't give anybody else an exemption? Where's the fairness in this?
I can answer to that. I appreciate the question. Because I heard earlier also the phrase that the RHID is transferring the risk to the taxpayers or assigning the risk to the taxpayers, and I respectfully don't believe that's accurate. I believe the RHID mitigates the risk for the developer and makes the project worth developing and worth taking that risk. No, because frankly, there's too much risk. There's not the market conditions in Lansing aren't what they are in Basehor, and so to be able to develop in Lansing, you have to be able to sell lots for less expensive prices than you can sell them for in Basehor. And
is that the government's job to make those prices go down on those lots?
No, I believe it's this body's job to allow the city of Lansing to compete with the other cities in Leavenworth that have had incentives that have driven growth. And I do believe the growth from homes does drive growth from retail and industrial. I mean, Lansing sits at about 11,000 people. And from my experience, from my knowledge in the marketplace, that fast food restaurants and retail stores, they look at the magic number of 10 to 12,000 homes as the magic number of where they want to invest in the community. And if you guys continue to drop in Lansing, not only will you not grow from the retail and enjoy that increased commercial tax revenue, but you can lose what you have. And so while picking winners and losers, I think by allowing this RHID to pass, you're only you're not giving Lansing a leg up, you're allowing Lansing to catch up.
But that sounds good. That's good semantics. But what we're really doing is we're saying if you develop in Lansing, then we're giving you a tax abatement. But if you develop over in Tonganoxie or you develop somewhere else, Baser or other locations, then we're not giving you a tax abatement.
Well, I'm glad Tonganoxie was brought up because Tonganoxie has 3 RHIDs that got through this body. The city of Baser issued a TIF RSP for multifamily in 2023. IRBs are in place throughout the county. Special assessment.
Those Tonganoxie RHIDs never came before this board. Never came before this board.
The board received the email.
Hold on.
I have copies of it. It was sent on June 13th at 12:02 p.m. You received it.
What did it say? Could you read it to the board?
Sure, I'll read it. Please find attached a copy of Resolution 62301 in accordance with the provisions of KSA 125245D. A certified copy of Resolution 62301 has also been mailed to the attention of the Planning Commission of the City of Tonganoxie, the Board of Education of Tonganoxie Unified School District number 464, and the Board of County Commissioners. Were you here then?
And let me say that we addressed this at last week's meeting of the Board of County Commissioners.
Yes, we did,
And
where you didn't say you received the email.
I have the floor.
I know, Mike, hold on.
No, you asked me to read it.
No, you read it. Vanessa.
I'm not finished reading it. I'm in the middle of reading it.
Go ahead and finish it.
Board of County Commissioners of Leavenworth County, Kansas, and will be published in the Tonganoxie Mirror on July 5th, 2023. The subject of the aforementioned resolution is calling and providing for notice of a public hearing scheduled on July 17th, 2023 at 7 p.m. to consider designating the Stone Creek Rural Housing Incentive District, that's an RHID, within the city of Tonganoxie, Kansas, and adopting a plan for the development of housing and public facilities in the proposed district. Now, I've only been on this board for 6 months, but if you're creating a special district, everybody that got the email should have understood the implications of that. If you have any questions, please contact me or the city manager, George. Thank you, Dan Porter. Attached, certificate of delivery with the Tonganoxie seal and the resolution, which if you want me to read, I will.
Hey, we all know that we received that.
Okay,
the part
this
we
is the
didn't.
first time you've said that in public.
No, I said it on social media, ma'am. The issue is that the commissioners did not understand that there was a 30-day stipulation that if we did not act, that would become in effect. That's the part that's not, if you read that whole thing, it did not say that. The commissioners were not informed by legal counsel at that time, and we were not notified of that. So the statute is flawed in that it forces a situation where tax abatements become automatically in effect without affirmative action by the board. That's the problem, is those issues did not come in front of this board on any kind of agenda. They were not placed on an agenda. We did not receive counsel from our legal staff on them. We were not familiar with that statute. And that's exactly, at that time, that was also, if you review it, it was during COVID. It was during the time when it did not come in front of the commissioners to act on. And so the fact that...
Hold it. We're not going to Harlan. We're not going to do that. I'm trying to control these two. I don't need someone in the audience.
So you're right. It was in my district, but we none of us knew. And the other commissioners, I've asked that you verify that, and none of us knew that there was a...
I don't know how you say you didn't understand when it's...
I don't know how you say that I don't understand when I'm telling you that I did not receive notice of this.
You did get notice. I
no,
have it right
listen. You both listen.
Do you not...
Hold it, both of you. You're saying one thing, you're saying the other. Bottom line is, no matter what side you say, I didn't know about it. It was sent out apparently because she's got the thing, count that we weren't notified on it, so we couldn't act on it. There's a flaw in the 30-day. Let's move forward.
If it goes to a county councilor's desk and it doesn't come to the commissioners, we don't know.
You got it. It has BOCC
let's move
at
forward.
leavenworthcounty.gov. Every single
Okay, ma'am, I get a lot of emails.
That's enough. Let's move on. Next.
Any more questions?
Yeah, I do have some more questions. When you reviewed our county policy on RHIDs, we have a presumptive time frame. Can you explain why you don't think your project could fit within that time frame?
I can address that.
I would love to as well.
Okay. So this process for this project started a long time ago. Your policy was brought up after this was already in the works. As far as specifics of why we didn't feel like we could change to match your policy at that stage of the game, the way the RHIDs work, and I'm sure you all are well aware that it's a gavel down incentive program where, as opposed to others where it may be when the building permits are pulled, it starts if this governing body should find it in their hearts and minds to approve it or let it go, it starts today. And so that 20-year period, or 30 days ago, I guess, that 20-year period that we're proposing actually is really only a 17-year period because it's going to take, if we get approved, I have to go get these lots engineered. I have to go through preliminary plat, final plat, then we have to start construction of the lots. That's going to take us probably until realistically early 2027 to get the lots completed. Then we have to sell the lots. The homes have to be built maybe before the end of 2027, probably not, maybe the beginning of 2028, in which case they don't have the tax rolls until, I believe, it's going to be halfway through that 2028 or maybe January 2029. So that incentive to the developer really doesn't start, it really only has, again, 16, 17-year window. So that's one reason. I hope that answers part of your question. The other part is we're looking at, the city of Lansing has such a need for housing. We're looking at 406 potential homes. The historical record of absorption in Lansing is 3.5 homes per year in the last 7 years. So what we're proposing is a 20x absorption rate based on historical records of what Lansing has done. And so that's an aggressive timeline for us to accomplish. We think we can do it. We're bullish on Lansing as a marketplace, but it's going to take a lot to get there. And so our build-out for those 406 years, yeah, it's an 8-year build-out, but that build-out, that clock starts in 2028 and goes until 2036. So really, that's what pushes this down the clock. So whereas maybe a smaller development of single-family homes may have a different number. That's what Joe was saying earlier. Every project is different. Every market's different. Every municipality is different. Municipalities are going to look at this one at a time. For example, in Spring Hill, they passed one RHID, and that drove growth in the region, and they haven't passed another one because they have growth that was driven by growth. So to get back to your question, I hope I'm answering it. If I haven't, please feel free to ask me follow-ups. I'm an open book. But the answer is because it doesn't really start for 3 years, and because it takes so long to develop these homes and home lots that it really needs that last 5 years. But we did listen to the governing bodies of both the school board and the county, and we looked at our models and said, okay, look, we can live with this return if we ratchet it down to end at 55% through the end of the term. Additionally, I don't want to be forgotten that the county policy is a 15-year 100% RHID, whereas the first 15 years is only 80, so we share with the county and the school and the city throughout that period, and they ratchet it down to 55%. So that was our methodology, that's our thought process. It's a risky endeavor, and that's the numbers we needed to make the deal work.
So is this the largest RHID project in the state of Kansas?
I've heard that from a citizen today as well as on Monday. I don't believe that to be true, but as we said here, people are giving information that we have I have no idea. I sincerely doubt it, but I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. I just have one. I'm not going to belabor the point, but I am going to read an open statement that I have. I had a town hall meeting on last Thursday, and I had my constituents there, and I had not one constituent supported this RHID abatements. They don't believe in tax abatements. They're being pressed down and burdened by property taxes. We already have almost half of the county exempted from property taxes, and you're coming to us and asking for exemptions for property tax. And I'll tell you what, if we vote yes today, or if we allow this to go through, my opinion is that we will have a line of 20 or 30 more of these proposals, and let me be exempted, let me be exempted, let me be exempted. I think they should be very, very sparingly used, and I do have a statement I'm going to read. An open letter on the proposed Riverbend RHID proposal. The opponents of the Riverbend RHID are certainly not lying about their position. It is unfortunate that this type of language is employed when we are discussing a public policy question. Here are some of the facts from the county level. The developer will receive $21 million in tax rebates that the people purchasing homes in Riverbend will have to pay. The folks who purchase the homes will pay the usual real estate taxes, but 80% of those taxes will be sent from the county to the real estate developer. Many times an out-of-state developer is involved with these projects. This means the rest of the taxpayers of the county will be forced to cover the cost which are not covered by these taxes for county services, roads, bridges, and infrastructure. The county estimates that the fiscal impact over 20 years on Leavenworth County government will be between $1 million and $3.5 million, depending on what services are included in the estimate. It is imperative to make a statement that RHIDs will not impact your property. It is presumptive to make a statement, and this was made last Thursday at the Republican meeting. It's presumptive to make a statement that the RHIDs will not impact your property tax bill. And according to county staff estimates, it will certainly impact your county portion of property taxes. Existing RHID developments in Tonganoxie were fundamentally different from the current Riverbend proposal in that they were much smaller in number of housing units, and they were used for the proper purpose of RHID program to rehab land that cannot be developed. There is no hysterical crisis in Leavenworth County as far as the housing market is concerned, as a whole, or in the city of Leavenworth or Lansing. In fact, in Leavenworth County, the construction trend has continued, and 217 new homes were constructed last year across the county. There are currently more than 100 homes listed in Leavenworth and Lansing with a lower price point than in the proposed development. The truth is, we are being asked to go against conservative and market principles espoused by Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher by pushing the nose of government into the local real estate market and using the power of government to pick winners and losers. Why should we shift the cost burden for developers away from the private sector and onto the public sector, the taxpayer? One can only believe that the foundation of some of the proposals is only greed and personal gain. While there may be a place for some RHID developments, they should primarily be used for overcoming blighted communities and locations, or locations where an important public policy purpose is being served. Using this program sparingly and with respect for the market forces. Thank you very much. That's my position today. I'll be supporting.
Just before we go to you, business, hold on a second. Just a couple things, and we're going around the horn for the last time. It's going to be morning before we know it. The Lansing's housing market is real. I was out there 40 years, guys, as a city manager and mayor and something like that. They did things. There is a need. The need is for police officers and be able to live in where you work. So there is a need there. RHID, which I just learned about recently, I don't think it pertained to me when I was out there because I think they changed the law, which I found out lately. is a tool you can use. It's one of many tools that use to make sure we can continue to grow. So you just got to be careful. So each one that we look at, and we're going to have some more coming through, we have to look, Mike, right on that, we have to look at very closely, look at sparingly. But I think it is a tool that we need to not say, yes, it's the right thing, and no, it's the right thing. We have to look at each and every one as it's presented. I know a lot more about RHID in the last 6 months than I ever expected I'd have to learn. But I appreciate you guys being here today. Willie, before we go to Vanessa.
I have a question for Mark. I think that the Commissioner Stephen just emphasized that it was going to be a tax burden on all citizens of Leavenworth County. Is that right, Mike? Is that go along with our previous question to you, Mark?
Well, I think that's it's difficult to say what the actual burden will be, right? I do believe that there will be an increase in cost of services that the county provides with this many people coming into the community. Can I systematically say it's exactly this much? I cannot. But again, with the information that I have available, from what I've seen, there will be an increase in cost of services for county services based on an increase in population.
It will be for, thank you. It will be for all citizens of Leavenworth County.
Well, because we tax across the board, any increase in cost of services is assessed to all taxpayers in the county.
Okay, but the developer doesn't get involved in those taxes being asserted to all citizens of Leavenworth. He only retains that portion of the RHID. Is that correct?
He does. They do only retain the portion of the taxes that are collected in the RHID district.
Thank you very much.
Vanessa? Smile.
I always smile. Okay, so there's just a lot here that I can't even touch. It's just a huge iceberg. I could just not even touch the top of it. But some super egregious things have been stated from Commissioner Stephen. He even went as far as to say, as if Tonganoxie doesn't have any RHIDs. So he actually said 3 times, let me be exempted, let me be exempted, let me be exempted, which just happens to match exactly what has happened in his district. So was it the government's job to help Tonganoxie? Yes, apparently 3 times. And I think I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
And I think, once again, I explained it to you repeatedly, and you don't want to accept the facts.
Okay, guys, I got the hammer in the hand. Jeff? You have anything on this?
Am I last?
Yes, you're it.
But not least.
So, I think RHIDs are a good idea if you use them in the right situation. Greensburg, Kansas is a good example. You guys remember the tornado wiped out the entire town?
Yeah.
Contractors were building $200,000 houses and they appraised for $20,000 as soon as they were done. And the town wouldn't exist, without programs like this. Revitalizing a blighted area, if you had an old part of town. The one in Tonganoxie is a good example of that, where they tore down the school right in the middle of town. They're not going to build $500,000 houses in that neighborhood, so an RHID made sense. So I think they do make sense. The problem I've got is this is exactly the opposite of what I've been trying to do for 6 years, is stop the exemptions. The reason everybody's property tax is so high is because of all the exemptions. 56% of the county doesn't pay property taxes, so 44% is paying everybody else's share. You can't exempt your way into prosperity. Exemption just means you're transferring that burden to somebody else. Doesn't mean that burden goes away. Doesn't mean you don't still need the money. It means somebody else is going to pay it. So in this case, if you could leave the county out of it, evidently the schools figured out their budget is thick enough they can absorb this. And the city's saying their budget is thick enough they can absorb this. The county's budget is so tight. We can't absorb, we can maybe absorb 1 or 2 of these, but just like Mike said, I think there's a dozen of these right behind this one. The county budget is way too tight to absorb the extra costs this is going to make until we get paid. So leave the county's part of it out. So if you want to exempt your taxes for 20 years for the city and the school, then do it. But the county cannot afford to exempt taxes for 20 years. It's just not possible.
Okay,
that's all I got.
Okay,
I do have one question. For those that are proponents of this idea, I did speak with Dave Trabert from the Kansas Policy Institute about it, and he suggested that the folks that are supporting this, why don't you offer a budget cut, take the total cost to the county, which I believe was, I don't have it right in front of me, $1.6 million over the time frame, and divide that out over the period of the RHID, and reduce the county budget every year by that amount for every single RHID that comes.
That'd be kind of like what I'm saying. Just pay the county.
Do you support that, Commissioner Reed, reducing the county budget to offset the cost of this to the county?
Could you restate the cost to the county?
Yeah, we believe the benefits exceed the cost from this.
Well,
Mr.
we're going with the staff numbers.
Which I've already said I don't agree with, so I'm not sure exactly what you're asking me.
Okay, Mike, see that. Okay.
So
let's move on. I got a motion second. I'll finally begin to call a roll. Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Reed, I'm sorry. You were first.
No.
Aye.
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 Passes 4-1. After that, now, since we've gone again another couple hours, and I'm an old guy, we're going to take another 5-minute recess, and we'll get started with Fairlane deal. Thank you. Next item, let's get started our Presentation Fairlane RHID presentation. Come on down. Welcome.
Thank you. So what's been going on, guys?
I saw you in Lansing, too, so you know what's been going on.
Yeah. All right, this is probably a lot of this is going to be a rehash of the last couple hours, but my project that I have in front of you today is multifamily, so a lot of what I'm going to be talking about is multifamily. There's a single family. So just to get started, first 6 months of 2025, the number of multi-building permits in Leavenworth County, 0. The year of 2024, 0. The year of 2023, 0. The year of 2022, 0. This is the entire county. These figures were provided by the Home Builders Association of Kansas City.
Yep.
Compare that to the surrounding communities that we compete with directly for residents. The multifamily permits at the same time in Platte County, 225, Wyandotte 345, Johnson County, 2,761 people. What does that tell you? It tells me that multifamily development in Leavenworth County is stagnant, if not totally dead. Development is very competitive. Leavenworth County is currently competing with RHID multifamily projects in Bonner Springs, Edwardsville, Gardner, Eudora, and DeSoto. And some of these are not even tertiary cities, but right in the middle of development booms that still require assistance. When I was putting together my notes, something came across Kansas City Business Journal 2 days ago, April 11th, 2025. And this is Lenexa, one of the growingest areas of our metro, is still put together tax.
Where was that again, Jeremy? What was that again? What place was that again?
It's called Ross Canyon in Lenexa.
Okay, thank you.
Kansas City Business Journal from the 11th of August. My point is, even Lenexa, who wouldn't love to have their growth, is still having to incent multifamily because of how impractical it is to build.
Yep.
In general, developers need a compelling reason to develop anywhere, and they're not getting the message in Leavenworth County. And just a reminder, money is mobile. People are mobile. The county border means nothing to people. There's no reason that you can't just decide to leave the county, still work here, and leave here just because you can find a place to live.
Yeah, we see that with the bridge all the time.
Right. So aside from simply creating housing, what are some of the other benefits of the RHID? One, I think it supports our employers. As you know, with our biggest employers, a lot of the folks are constantly moving into town. And if they're going to come in, and I realize a lot of these are tax abated. for Leavenworth, your VA. And if people are going to come in and work at a property tax or at a tax-abated employer, at least try and keep them in town. And right now, the current housing stock does not give them much of an option. And so don't make the lack of, and also just the lack of housing, to me, seems like it doesn't give our biggest employers a reason to want to expand here either. As for our local businesses, I don't know if any of you have talked with your local businesses in your district, but all the time. Yeah. The question is, do you want more customers or the same number of customers? Do you want more potential employees, or do you want the same number of employees? And I suspect we all know the answer.
Could I ask you a question?
Sure.
In this whole debate, the question has been debated: rooftops come first or development comes first? And this whole circular argument. Where do you come down on that? And what's
are you reading over my shoulder? I'm not kidding you.
I don't want to read it. I mean, I know what it says, but you can read what it says. Yeah. But I just want you to give me your impression or your opinion as a developer.
My next bullet point.
Go ahead.
This is perfect. The benefit of RHD, how does it attract retail and restaurants? I've had the same conversation that you had about where's our Chipotle, where's our Panera. Well, the old real estate.
What about our Cracker Barrel?
Sure. There's a list out there. The old real estate adage that retail follows rooftops has never been accurate. You have to give these people a reason to come to your town. The other thing about RHAD, which has been discussed, is risk is assumed by the developer. We've negotiated a maximum with the city of Lansing, and our project has almost no impact on the schools. We're estimating 2 to 3 kids are going to hit the Lansing School District. I don't think I need to state the obvious, but this is a much different project. It is a much smaller project.
Yeah, smaller.
So I've attended multiple of these meetings. I've heard some principled stances from some folks, which are perfectly respectable stances. The problem is standing on principle does not build houses. For all of the opposition, I'm yet to hear a competing vision of what else we can do to build more housing. In my case, multifamily. And some of the comments about waiting for another developer to show up and take care of all these housing just is not a strategy. If building multifamily in Leavenworth County made sense, where are the developers? I also want to point out, as far as your policy is concerned, so in your policy it said Leavenworth County is predisposed to support, 1, within existing cities versus sprawl. We're an infill site. Hopefully you've all had a chance to drive through. I would suggest that in no way are does this contribute to the sprawl of a city.
Quite familiar with it.
You use the word affordable in your RHID policy. The City of Lansing's policy has a requirement, and I'm quoting here, rental cost, if applicable, should be no more than 30% of median family income level, as based on the latest release from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. We fall well below what their maximums are. And there's also in your policy an interest in limitations, per my negotiations with the City of Lansing. In addition to the 20-year 80%, which we're suggesting, they also put a hard cap on that. So we've met those criteria as well. We ended up at the. I'll just stop right there. Take any questions.
I mean, let's talk about the units and the cost that you're wanting to look at that RHID produced for you to be able to build those. What is it, a triplex? What is it?
21 units in total. I think five threeplexes, 2 duplexes. One of the duplex units is single story. After phase 1, we had heard from some folks that they really wanted to have kind of accessible units. Everything else in phase 1 is 2-story with both the bedrooms upstairs. We had some interest from people who wanted some ground level. I'm sure you can imagine who that renter looks like, and so that's why we tried to get a fit in. Yeah.
Where's your location at?
The location is north of the current phase 1 for Fairland Townhomes. It's the
by IHOP and by the other side where you've already got them in anyway.
Correct.
Okay. What is your total amount that you what the county would be giving up, or what would be the numbers you were looking at? I see it, but I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, the hard cap that I negotiated with the city of Lansing was $851,570. Our request is for 20 years, 80%. As a reminder on how this works, if we hit this $851,000 in year 17, it's over.
Okay, questions? I worked with this. I let him know when I was out there with him, just leaving Cumberland County, when he put in the other ones, which turned out really nice. It's a smaller area, and it's in a place where it's already setting up for that kind of a family and the buildings, stuff like that. So go ahead with any questions.
I got a question.
Mike, go ahead.
So I read this statement, this letter, is while there may be a place for some RHID developments, they should primarily be used for overcoming blighted community locations or locations where an important public purpose is served. Using this program sparingly and with respect for market forces. Does your program fit within that as far as can you make an argument for that?
Yeah, let me tell you what else we're trying to overcome. So on the north, and Mike, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. On the north part of this is the old train track that used to go through our land, the land to the north and to the south. Part of our improvements that we have to make to the site is there's about 6 acres of drainage basin that flows sheet drains across our property into the city storm system. A big chunk of that, and I think it's in the engineer's estimate, is going to be redirecting all that water that comes across our land. We're improving the side of the street that we're on with curb and gutter and sidewalk, which is not currently in sight. And as far as a blighted area, I mean, the street in front doesn't meet city standards. There's the city's maintenance shop is across the street, and we back up to a storage facility and the hotel's retention pond. I don't know if that meets, I don't know what the legal definition of blighted, but this certainly isn't a greenfield
So if
site.
we're going to take a conservative position on these and we don't want to have open the floodgates for these, but yet we want to use them as a tool within the county, and you're a developer, what would your suggestion be, an objective way to kind of screen out the ones that are, truly impactful and the ones that are just interfering with the market?
Well, I think the process is in place. We've
anything you think we should consider though specifically?
I will say, I think your policy, I think the 15 years is a arbitrary number. Just as a thought experiment, 15 years, 100%. Would you rather have a developer come in and ask for 15 years, 100%, or 20 years, 10%?
I understand your point.
Okay.
I think something else too. If you drive by the area, you talk about the blighted thing. If you drive by this area, there's only so much you can do with it. I encourage the county commissioners to drive by and take a look at it. It kind of fits the definition of that. And I've had to do some things as a city manager on blighted areas before. It's worth looking at. I'll put it like that. I like smaller scale ones if we're even going to look at it. So this one at least got my attention. That's just my point of view.
And I'm not sure if I fully answered your question.
I just want to have a way I think we sent a message today that the big developments we don't feel that's something that's helpful to the county. But these smaller, like the lofts in downtown Leavenworth, where you've got buildings that if they become dilapidated, they might have to tear the buildings down. This may be the only solution. Or a specific blighted part of town, but the question, but I don't want to get in a position of having to pick that this commission picks. This guy's a winner and this guy's a loser, and it's just a slippery slope. But I want to do it objectively. I don't want to say no to all of them, but I think we need to send a conservative message out there that we're going to be very sparing on these.
Yeah, well, and the way that the process is set up is not just you. Obviously, the other two taxing jurisdictions will have the ability to do that. I am and this is going to sound very self-serving, I hope that I end up with that my project goes forward. My fear is if you have 2 RHIDs that show up and 2 RHIDs get shot down, that's not a great message to send to the development community in general in Kansas City. And despite what some of the comments have come out, just because someone's out of town doesn't mean they're not worth talking to. There's not a whole lot of local developers who are coming to save the day.
Well, Jimmy, I said it once, I said it twice the other day. Each one of them is different on its own merit.
I totally agree.
Last thing I want to do is stop development, especially in my district. But I want to make sure that it makes sense for the county and for everyone that lives around it. And this one doesn't have all the citizens that we're worried about on the other one. And honestly, it's your land. You own it. It's your area. So I just encourage take a look at this area to see where exactly what I'm talking about. You'd understand a little bit more why I'm looking at it.
But the development would not go forward if you can't get the RHID.
This development will not go forward. That is correct. And there's, we're fortunately, and we're not some of the other projects you've heard. They were for their developers. That's what they do. That's how they make their money. I could build 0 more places the rest of my career and have plenty to do. So this is something that we think is best for. Certainly good for us. But if you look at our spreadsheet, this thing is like a money loser for us for the first 6 or 7 years, maybe even 8 years. This is a long-term play for us. It makes sense because we own the land. But if this gets denied, I still have plenty to do, and I'll just keep doing that. So, I truly see this as just something that's good for the city and gives people a place to live.
I like the size of it. Okay, any more questions? Well, I think you've heard enough today, so we appreciate you coming out. Thank you, Jim.
I'm insulted I didn't get 2 hours of your time.
Thank you.
Well,
we were hoping you weren't going to go that long.
You don't want 2 hours.
Yeah.
It's probably a good thing.
Okay, the next item is budget discussion if needed. Anybody on the budget today? Commissioners?
I think, were you going to present your findings?
Well, Commissioners, last week I was asked to put together a potential revenue neutral budget. And as I explained then, it is a very short turnaround. I did come up, I did come up with a presentation. I provided a memo on how I got to the numbers I needed to get to revenue neutral. Those are in your packet. Short of going line by line on that, I would take questions, or I guess you guys, you have the option to have open discussion.
Okay.
Got to find it.
Commissioners, your turn. Where'd you find it? It's this right here. Look at mine. You should have it in there. I've went through it. You have already gone through it. I marked it up. Go ahead. And there's some more numbers on the back pages that Mark went into.
So,
Vanessa, you got that? You got it? Okay. Jeff, you got it? Copy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mike's got it. Okay.
So can you just walk us through this?
Yes, sir. I probably should have brought a bottle of water.
Breakfast.
So, as you know, each fund is different in the county. So not everything is part of the general fund. We have road and bridge fund. We have the health department, different funds. I didn't hold any of those funds neutral. They were all under the gun, I guess, when I say that. So starting with road and bridge, in order to maintain or get to a revenue neutral budget, that would represent approximately $775,000 cut out of road and bridge. As you know, in the last couple of years, you've enhanced that budget, but that would require a cut. What that would mean is probably similar to a reduction of 17 miles of chip seal and 1 mile of paved dust abatement. That's what that would be equivalent to.
Would we have to delay a bridge, or no delay on bridges?
Well, Commissioners, as you've seen this weekend, it's not a good idea to delay bridges. So that's why that's why I said 17 miles of chip seal maintenance and removal of one of the paved dust abatements. And I think the important thing to consider on all of these is if you want to stay revenue neutral going forward, all of these cuts have to stay. You can't make a one-time cut and remain at that same mill levy going forward. That doesn't work. If you have one-time income like a grant, you don't get to spend that every year. It's just one time. So these cuts are true cuts that you would be able to continue going forward. I don't want to say they're sustainable, because if you don't redo the chip seal, that's not a new project, that's a maintenance project, right? So eventually that catches up with you. The health department cut would require $100,000. There's no other place to cut that amount except for elimination of a position, and obviously with some of the potential of the Title X policy, that may be necessary anyways. So that's why I have that cut in there. And as I go through these, if you have questions, please.
Mr. Chairman, I think as he goes through these, in interest of time, we should give him a consensus from the board on each item, what we would like him to do.
That's fine.
For instance, the first item is road and bridge, suggesting cut $775,000 out of road and bridge. So we need a consensus to direct the county administrator on what to do. Right? Would that be the easiest way to do it?
Yeah, so your budget is on the agenda next week, right? The final budget for approval is on next week. So if any of these cuts are of interest to you, then yes, I would need direction today to make that happen. Now,
so the first one.
Last week when I presented this, I told you this is very rushed. I'm going to have to put together what I can. So just putting that out there, just letting you know.
So on the first item.
Jeff, I have to tell you, I don't have an interest in cutting in any of those things that we've already done.
Okay, but we need to go item by item so he has direction. So on the first item, road and bridge, do we want to cut $775,000?
No.
Is there a consensus to not approve any of them, like Commissioner Smith is saying?
Well, my suggestion would be we go through them, because I think the purpose of this was to demonstrate how deep and how the depth of the cuts that would have to be made if we went revenue neutral.
Right, so we let him go through it, then we're going to have to go back through it again to give him direction on each one.
Because exactly.
So just do it as we go.
Well, I don't think we're going to support this.
But if there is one or two, though, that's why we've got to break it down to one by one. So on the first one, road and bridge. First one, road and bridge. Do we want to cut $775,000 from road and bridge?
No.
I say no.
Okay, it's the majority. Go ahead.
Vanessa?
Go majority.
It's majority. Go ahead, Jeff.
So are you saying yes or no?
The chair said you have majority. Go ahead, Jeff.
Is that how you want to do this?
Jeff, let's just get through this. We're going to have. I think we're going to majority to keep the budget where he is, but we can go one at a time if you want to. Go ahead.
No,
I think you have to, though, because he's got to know which one to work on and which one not to.
I don't think there's any to work on. Yeah, unless you do. Do you see something there you want to cut, Jeff?
I think he needs to know from the five of us what we are directing him to do. So if there's one that might need worked on.
Sorry, we can go one at a time, guy. Go ahead. I'm just telling you, I don't see any cuts in the road thing.
So, and you already went over the health department one?
Yes.
So, do we want to cut $100,000 out of the health department? I say no.
I say no.
Nope.
Vanessa?
Yes.
You want to cut $100,000?
I want to do what it takes to get to a revenue neutral budget. This board just voted down economic development. The only way to help our tax base is to allow us to have more rooftops, to get businesses in, to help. You cannot say you don't want development and you don't want to cut the budget, because that's where we are, and that's why people complain about their property taxes growing every year. So if this board doesn't support economic development, then we have to cut the budget. We can't.
But Commissioner, didn't you oppose when I offered $741,000 worth of cuts? You opposed most of those?
I don't think that I opposed most of those, which is what I was trying to speak to earlier.
Well,
but Commissioner Reed, the point I'm trying to make is
I did, however, sit here and just in a 4-1 vote support growth for Lansing City, which I believe will have a positive impact on the county.
But the point I'm trying to make is when we can't come up with money, when we can't generate money from anything else, like
we
an RTD
could,
or whatever.
right? That's just what we heard. We
That-
could. We had an opportunity.
And when we don't, for whatever reason, your answer is to cut the county budget.
What is your answer?
Not cut the county budget because
So just
the
keep
cost
raising
of doing
property
business.
taxes and
That's what
not
it
support
takes.
community development.
If a bridge costs $1 million, we have to generate $1 million from the
from
taxes.
the people from only their property tax because
That-
you don't want anything
exactly.
else coming in.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And that's exactly what I'm trying to fix. We can't generate enough money off property taxes anymore to pay the bills.
That's
So cutting
what,
the county budget is not fixing the problem.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's why I supported the RHID. Rooftops
And we
come
didn't get
first.
the RHID, right?
Right.
So now your answer is to cut the county budget.
You've tied my hands.
So your answer is to cut the county
You've
budget.
tied my hands.
Let's go down one at a time, Jeff.
Okay.
Jeff, go ahead.
Okay. Did you do employee benefits yet, Mark?
I have not. So employee benefits, I did not propose any cut in employee benefits for a couple of reasons. One, a majority of the employee benefits are, and maybe people don't understand when they see employee benefits, that's payroll taxes, unemployment insurance, that kind of thing. But it also includes our health insurance, which the county commission has considered it twice in the last 3 months and said they've established that rate. So I did not want to make an adjustment there because you've already established that policy.
So, Mr. Lawfrey, if we don't adopt these, then the budget proposal that we currently have before us is what will move forward.
That's correct.
Next, Jeff.
Council on Aging requires an $85,000 cut. I am cutting $80,000 from there. If they were going to be staying revenue neutral, I'm proposing an $80,000 cut simply for the fact that's about the cost of a position out there, a full-time position. There are other adjustments that we could have made that would have required like pretty much the elimination of some of the programs that they have. And I was trying to, working with Connie, I tried to get to a point where we didn't have to eliminate a program, but by eliminating this position, we would eliminate the availability of some.
Weren't we going to look at raising the rates on Meals on Wheels? Would that generated anything to be able to cut that back, or was that?
Yes, we are, but that would not address this particular item.
Okay.
Because that's simply fixing a problem we already have.
We're already costing.
Yeah. Okay, I'm fine. Everybody fine with that?
So, do we want to cut $85,000 out of Council on Aging? I say no.
No. Vanessa? Yes. Okay. Next.
Economic development, cut $3,400. Again, that would be the percentage. It's a very small fund, so it'd only be a small cut.
Who was that, Mark?
Economic development. It's $3,400.
Gotcha.
So do we want to cut $3,400 out of economic development? I say no.
No. Everybody say no?
Economic development.
Well, now, what portion of we have got an $87,000 proposal, right?
I don't remember the total number
You're just
right off the top of my head, but it's like let's
instead
say
of
$85,000.
You're bringing that down by $3,400.
Yes.
Well, we may do something on economic development, but that may be next week.
What your Jeff said no. Mike, what are you saying?
I think we may revisit economic development.
Come back to it.
Yeah, that one may need to come back to us. That's a good point. Vanessa, you okay with that?
I support funding economic development because it is the only way to figure out a way forward to where our property taxes don't keep going up.
Let me ask it again then. Jeff, do you support that? Keeping it?
Do I support cutting $3,400 additional dollars out of economic development? No.
I don't either. Vanessa doesn't, so it stays.
Go
ahead.
I will suggest next week. I will suggest that we move our economic development funds into a county fund for economic development. Whatever number we decide to land on.
Okay.
So from here on down, these are all part of the general fund. So Board of County Commissioners cut $30,000, and what I've done there is remove the litigation contingency line item that we have in there. Short of that, there isn't $30,000 other than an elimination of a position.
We need a litigation.
How does that impact lawsuits?
Yeah.
Well, y'all better mind your P's and Q's.
That sounds like a terrible idea. I say no.
I agree with that. That's it. I know.
Bad
Pat,
idea.
you want to cut that one too when we get sued?
Yes.
Okay. Next.
Clerk's office, I did not propose a cut, simply because the amount would require eliminating a position, and we need to cut about $8,000 for them as a percentage, but they don't have $8,000 other than a position, so it'd be overtly impactful. So took that out. They're not having a cut proposal.
So
Treasurer's office. Sorry.
So do we support cutting a position out of the clerk's office?
No.
I say no.
Mike? No. Vanessa?
Yes.
No.
Next.
Okay. The treasurer's office would require a cut of $16,000. The treasurer would have to eliminate a position to make the $16,000 cut. And just based on some of the presentations we've seen from the treasurer recently, I believe that the driver's license service that's not county related, it's a state fund that we subsidize, or a state position that we subsidize. That would be a potential, but obviously it would be up to the county treasurer on how they've chose to proceed.
Jeff?
So eliminate a position in the treasurer's office.
Yes.
Has anybody dealt with the treasurer's office getting tags lately? You want one less person to help you do that? I say no.
You are able to do that online or by mail.
Jeff, what? No.
I say no.
Mike? No. I'm no.
Yes.
Okay. And Vanessa? Yes. Okay. 3-2, but it's still enough.
Okay.
Continue.
The Register of Deeds, no cut, basically for the same reason as the clerk's office. It's a small office. They don't have a big budget. Even $8,000 would require they eliminate a position. I think you've heard from the Register of Deeds that she is probably short on staff already.
Jeff?
Are you saying that
He's not recommending
she's short staff already?
He's not recommending a cut
No.
on that one.
No.
She has a very small staff.
Well, there's no cut.
There's no cut.
There's no
There's no
cut.
cut to vote.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no cut.
Okay, emergency medical services. This is a really tough one for me because they are such a big portion of the budget. So to not cut them is difficult. It puts a burden on the rest of the budgets. However, a cut in the emergency medical services would basically mean the elimination of an ambulance, which would.
Where are we at with getting Fort Leavenworth?
Where are we at on that?
Well, it's a good question. I think the commissioners that have set in on that. It is in the Fort's court right now. We're waiting for a response from them. They were looking for agreements. They were looking for agreements that other forts or other facilities have with local entities to provide EMS, and they were going to look at that to see how we could apply that here in Leavenworth County. My last communication with them was a week and a half ago, maybe, and that they had gotten a couple of documents, but they hadn't had a chance to fully assess them. So we're still waiting.
Mark, I think Jeff discovered it when he started out on this thing. We volunteered him to do it. Is that people are going to disappear, and we're going to have to start all over again trying to get this thing going.
Yeah, well, and I'm just real honest and open here. Just talking about these cuts, even though I know that probably a majority of the board does not support them, it makes people nervous. I mean, the employees are nervous when they see that we're even talking about cutting positions. Especially when you're that position, you get pretty nervous about it. And I know that this was an exercise that the county commission wanted to go through, but it's one that could have impacts, even though you don't implement any of these cuts. It can have an impact on the staff.
Absolutely. But it also makes the taxpayers nervous when we don't go through this exercise.
I totally understand. Totally understand. So, again, emergency medical services, I did not propose a cut because I could not see there would be any way to cut an ambulance from the county.
Jeff?
Understand?
Nothing to cut.
Okay. No. Vanessa?
No.
Okay.
Okay, the planning department. While their portion would not necessarily be $84,000, the only way to get to the $17,000 that would be their portion would be to eliminate a position, which is $84,000. As you're aware of how that department works, that would probably mean the elimination of nuisance code enforcement in the county because And I'm not saying that would be the position necessarily, but that's one of the positions. The other positions that you have in there are reviewing plans and stuff like that. So I'm just throwing out an example of what might have to be cut.
So do we want to cut a position out of the planning department? No.
Not where we're going. No.
You want to cut a position out of which?
Planning department.
Planning department, so planning, zoning, code enforcement.
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
3-2, still passes. Go ahead.
Okay. The sheriff's department, their portion of the cut would be $428,000. That's basically the equivalent of 6 positions in the sheriff's office. I did not talk with the sheriff specifically about any positions, but that's the only place he would have to cut. Everything else is not really an option.
How many open positions? We kind of brushed off that open position policy. How many open positions are we looking at over there?
It varies from day to day, but probably if I had to pick a number right now, it's probably between 10 and 12.
How many, Mark?
Open.
Probably between 10 and 12 today.
Open.
Bodies that can't.
Yeah.
So you want to cut 6 more? That's the question. I say no.
No, I say no to that. I do think, and I would like to revisit this next week when we do the budget. I do think funding the increase for deputies in that department, but not increasing, but leaving the administrative staff at 2%. Only the deputies get 4% would allow us to cut $80,000. And I think that should be
$80,000.
$80,000. And
That's a point we
you'd be
brought up.
giving, yeah, I mean, see, I want to make reductions if possible where we are reducing services the very least. And that's what, because a lot of these cuts here are dramatically reducing services. So I think when we come to the budget next week.
You can't generate enough of the smaller budget.
Not for large, huge cuts, not to get to revenue neutral.
Yeah,
I
okay,
agree with you.
okay.
I'm just saying that the taxpayers believe that for us to be responsible, if there's areas we can cut, let's look at it.
Yeah, but the point is, there's
We can't
not
get to
enough of the
revenue
small
neutral.
ones to get the revenue neutral.
Not to get to
even
revenue
close.
neutral,
But I think
and
that's a
that's
good point to talk about next week. I agree with you. But as far as that goes, I say no. Willie?
No.
Vanessa?
I got lost in the discussion over there.
Do you want to cut 6 positions from the sheriff's department?
You want to cut?
No. Okay. Next.
Okay, the county counselor's office was next. I proposed no cut there because, again, the only way to make the cut would be the elimination of a position.
Well, I want them here. Okay, what does everybody think?
No cut.
Mike, no. Vanessa? Yes, for Vanessa?
The county attorney's office, I think we've just had a conversation with the county attorney about almost the exact amount that we're talking about, but it would require a cut of $126,000. And again, the only way that would happen is through the elimination of the position at the county attorney's office.
And next week at the budget hearing, I will be offering a motion to remove funding for the information officer, and that would save $120,000.
So remove a position from the attorney. I say no.
Yeah. But that's not on, I don't even, was that on here?
Yeah.
I just said what I'm going to offer next week, which I think is minimal, cutting minimal services, but yet getting a big impact.
I say no for now, but I want to have that discussion.
No for now.
Okay, Vanessa?
The county, I don't know if I've spoke about this in public session before, but the county has to do a much better job at telling people what we do, why we do it, and how much it costs.
You know, Vanessa, when you say that, that's what I was thinking about this, and I've shared it with Mark and it may be Scott. If you're going to have an information officer, it shouldn't be with just one location. It should be out here promoting the things that we do, if we're going to decide to fund that, what we do. There's a lot of things the county government does right, and there's a lot more information I think we could get out that if we had somebody designated just for that. One of the first things I said when I came on 5 years ago, and I blew it because I did it in Lansing, flood the information out to the people so they have a chance to see it. So it's the only way I would, Mike, I agree with you on that. I'll look at that, but I think if we're going to keep it, make it to where that person can be used for everything.
I think it's an excellent.
Which would have to
Do
move.
it that way.
How would we handle that?
So obviously, would require discussion with the county attorney since he's an elected official, but it could move into the administrative department where we do accounts payable and budget. So it could move in there. That position could move under there and then be available to all departments.
But the practical effect would be that we're still going to spend that money.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
would.
My motion is going to be that we eliminate the position.
But we still need that exposure, which is one of the biggest problems that we're having.
We have a guy. We have Miss Sloop downstairs.
We have
Stephanie?
we have an employee who they have a full-time job and then they do the Facebook posts for us as available.
Well, I'm just looking for ways to cut the budget that's the least impactful.
There's mine. I would say, well, leave it in now. We talk about it next week, but I want to talk about it.
Yeah, I want to talk about that more.
Vanessa, did we lose you? I lost myself.
So what was this one?
Cutting $126,000 from the county attorney.
Yes.
Okay.
And then it would be his discretion as to where to make that cut in his office.
Yeah.
Can I remind the board that that's an elected official for what it's worth?
Yeah.
So courthouse general is next. Courthouse general is where we pay for things that impact the county overall, like all departments. So a lot of our property and casualty insurance comes out of there. Fuel for the general fund is paid out of there. Our audit, bank fees that come out of there, and other contractual services that impact the county across the board. Cutting $100,000, it would be pretty much fully dependent on fuel usage and property insurance renewals, but that would be possible. Just another one of those things where we would be rolling the dice, hoping our insurance renewal didn't go up like it has the last 2 years, and hoping our fuel usage stayed low and the fuel prices didn't increase.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, right.
Okay, Jeff?
No cut.
Nope.
No.
No.
Yes.
She's on a roll. Next.
Information systems, proposed no cut because, again, the cutting there would require the removal of a position, and they're already a very small staff.
Yeah, they perform a lot too, especially the way the world is.
Information systems, no cut.
Technician, yeah. Jeff?
There's no cut
Okay.
suggested.
Okay.
So district court would require a cut of $9,000. District court is kind of unique in that the employees are paid by the state, but the office supplies and so on are paid by the county. Their budget has stayed flat for years. I hate to even propose a cut, but they do typically come in under budget, so $9,000 cut would probably not be a significant cut to them, but it's still a cut.
But that's just you didn't consult with them at all about that.
No, again, Commissioner, I did not have time to meet with every department in 8 hours that I had to get this put together.
We don't have any idea if they have room to cut that.
Yeah, let's leave it alone for now. Jeff?
Nope.
No. Vanessa?
Yes.
Next.
Human resources, I propose no cut. I believe they're already at a minimal staffing level, and the only way to make a cut would be to eliminate another staff position.
Jeff?
No cut suggested.
No.
Human resources.
There's no cut suggested.
Yeah, there's no
There's
cuts.
no cut suggested.
But I want to see if there's any discussion on it at all.
Okay.
So no. Vanessa?
If you eliminated human resources, is there another department that would have to take that slack up, or what?
We've bounced that around.
There's literally no
30
way
years.
to eliminate the services that they provide. We have to have them. So eliminating the department would just mean moving those people into a different.
Let me tell you something about eliminating human resources. You do that, your lawsuits are going to step to the plate. Because I guarantee you they need to be independent. They need to be our training on our prevention and stuff like that. And if you put that on another one, which we had, we're going to see those lawsuits come up because there's no way they'll be able to stay on top of that. And everybody loves to sue the county.
Everybody.
Get in line.
That's what I said.
Okay, building maintenance, basically between all the buildings, Cushing, the Justice Center, and the courthouse would require about a $200,000 cut.
Do we want to cut $200,000 out of building maintenance? I say
let's have the
no.
other part of the building fall down. No.
Willie?
No.
Hey, we got to know.
You can't remain revenue neutral if you don't agree with these, Vanessa.
Don't start an argument here.
I'm not. I'm asking a question.
Mark, go ahead.
The whole point was to remain revenue neutral, and if you say no to any of these, then we won't hit the revenue neutral mark.
That's potentially correct, but we could get closer than we are right now.
Absolutely, but that's not the vote. It's
Well,
remain
now
revenue
you're
neutral
talking.
or not.
I agree with you.
There
I
we go.
agree with you, Commissioner.
There we go. But the question is yes or no, revenue neutral or not.
Hopefully, Commissioner Culbertson, you can see through this discussion that it's much more transparent, in my opinion, in a way that the public can understand than we've had since I came.
What's that got to do with voting revenue neutral or not?
So what I asked the commission to do was present a revenue neutral budget. This is what I asked in open session, so that we could compare. I even talked about 3 options. That way the public gets to see if we cut this is the service that's missing. If we fund it or if we increase it, right? We need to be very specific about what we're doing and how we're spending taxpayer dollars.
Same thing we've done every year, Vanessa. Every year that I've been here.
I respect
Revenue
your
neutral did not change anything in our process for arriving at each annual budget. Nothing. Except it cost the taxpayers another, how much to do the mailings?
I think it's like between
$50,000.
$50,000
It
and
cost the
$60,000.
taxpayers $50,000 to get the exact same thing we did every year. Makes no sense.
I hear what you're saying.
Next.
Okay, let's go on.
Okay. So the next 3 really. So the appraiser, I propose no cut because we just eliminated a position from that department this year. GIS, and I think they're at the minimum staffing level. GIS is a very small department, and I believe they're already at minimum staffing levels, so no cut. And then elections, I would not be comfortable suggesting any cut in the elections department for obvious reasons. So those 3 I would propose no cut, again, because the only way to make cuts in those departments is the elimination of a staff position. Noxious weeds, proposed cut of $20,000. That would be the elimination of their summer help. That person assists with chemical cells and answering phones out there during the summer when they're at their busiest time.
And just to follow up, Commissioner Culbertson, I could be mistaken, but I believe in 2024, 61 counties did not exceed the revenue neutral rate. So Leavenworth County is a little unique, and depending on who you talk to, I know.
Are any of those
it's
counties
very
54% exempt from property taxes?
So I have started to look at the surrounding counties to us and see what percentage of, like I made a request to Wyandotte County Commission and said, can you tell me what percentage of Wyandotte County is, right? Like I think it's important for us to know what we're comparing ourselves to.
That number's going to jump at you.
We're the 6th largest county in the state. I bet if you look at counties below, if you look at the top 10 counties, population-wise, none of them went revenue neutral.
But I don't think that we should just exempt ourselves by default, saying we don't have any room to cut without being able to prove it to the public. And I also think that we need to do way more communicating to the public of exactly the state of our budget and exactly how these things would affect them positively or negatively depending on how we spend the taxpayer dollar.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you mean like by having town hall meetings and having articles in the newspaper?
That's a
having
good idea.
communication
We should do that.
with people at events. You mean that kind of thing?
Yeah, we should do that.
Well, I don't know that I can agree with you on that, but
You don't know that
maybe
you
a
can agree
small-
that that's a way to communicate with constituents?
I've been to town hall meetings.
Right.
I've seen that they're not largely attended. I don't think that's a way to actually get word out in the community on large scale.
I've had 80 people at my town hall meetings.
How many did you have at this last one?
12.
Thank you.
I thought 12 was a good turnout.
Point made. What else you got, Mark?
Okay, administration, no cut. We did eliminate a position from there already, and that is where the budget and accounts payable are handled out of. Emergency management, no cut. Same thing, we've eliminated a position out of there already in earlier conversations. So nothing to cut there. And then outside agencies, it would have to be spread across all the outside agencies, but as a percentage, it would be a cut of $62,000. And then down below, I have the proposed cuts to get to that point. And I can go across each one of those if you like, or if you just want to address that as a total.
How much was, when you add all these up, what was the total?
I'm not sure if I included that in the memo or not. But it was approximately $2 million, Commissioner.
So
Okay. What else?
So while I think that there are areas we could cut, and I think we should look at any area that does not impact dramatically our services, we should look at cutting. And I think we should, for the taxpayers, make a few cuts. We can in no way make this level of cuts, or we'll get deeply into our services that the county offers. That's my.
And that was my only question, Vanessa, is the vote for us is, can you remain revenue neutral, period. It doesn't ask you, can you almost remain revenue neutral? Yes, or it's a yes or no question. Can you remain revenue neutral? You're saying yes, we can.
Are you putting words in my mouth again?
That was the vote.
So,
You
again,
voted to remain revenue neutral, right?
I will state again. For many weeks now, it started several weeks ago when we first started this process, I asked to see a revenue neutral budget so we could compare in public session and go through to the minute detail exactly why or why not. I think it's a very public-facing, a very transparent process.
Okay.
That was my ask.
But how did you vote?
How did I vote since I
You-
was not
you
allowed
voted
that?
To remain revenue neutral.
Because I was not allowed to go through the process. So there's no way for me to publicly facing support our budget when we didn't go through the process.
So now you've been presented the revenue neutral budget, right?
What?
So now you've been presented with a revenue neutral budget.
So as we stated last week, we aren't able to go back and go through the whole process again from the beginning. So as I also stated last week, this is a waste of time. We're not able to have the department heads in, have them look at their own budget and try to meet our expectation, because the expectation we gave out was to...
We had all the department heads in, and you didn't suggest anything.
We did
cut.
not have them in under the goal of setting a revenue neutral budget, which is what I was just stating. We had them in under the goal of setting, I think it was what did we ask them for, Mark?
So we asked for 2.8% overall, 2% on
So that
wages.
was what they came in with, and
So
I
what
think
you're-
most of them tried to meet that.
Okay, so what you're saying is exactly the problem I'm trying to describe. You want to work for the bottom line up. You want to say, this is all you're getting, now figure it out. That's what you want each department to do. And that is the wrong way to handle a budget for services and assets for the public.
So if you're
That's
trying
how
to
we
make
got
an
into this
argument for
problem right
economic
now.
development, which is that you can't cut your way to prosperity, per se, is one of the taglines on that, I would agree with you.
Well, I agree. I've had enough. Is there anything else, Mark? Okay. Well, you know where we stand on this. They'll be coming back to us. Let's get to the next thing, which is there any presentations or any discussions or anything to bring up? Vanessa, you're first on the list. Anything? Get that computer out.
Let's see. I would just say that I'm extremely disappointed by the decision that was made today. There was not one single solution. I think if you're going to bring a critique, especially to squash down what two boards under you, especially if you believe in smaller government, have decided, then you need to bring a solution to the table. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Vanessa. Jeff?
Nothing.
Mike?
I would just say that we looked at the adverse impact to Leavenworth County of the RHID proposal, and it had a substantial adverse impact on the county. And whether you accept the numbers or not, I mean, we can't make up numbers. And the numbers that we had presented to us, which we based our vote on, showed that there was an adverse impact to the county. And the fact is that our job as commissioners and elected officials representing 15,000 people is not to come in here and pick winners and losers in the sense of economic development or residential development. It's not our job to abate people's property taxes so that they can come in and build developments. If you buy an inferior piece of property, why is it the county's job to make it so you can develop that piece of property? That was never answered. And we did, in fact, answer the question on what has the county done to improve the conditions to bring economic development into the county. I stated it twice. I'll repeat it again. In the past 5 years, we've paved more roads and repaired infrastructure than in the previous 30 years. That was one of the economic development gentlemen stated that was one of the key components to bring in economic development. Roads, bridges, and infrastructure. The county has made a commitment to that. We've invested in that, and we've been successful in funding that. So that is a key thing that we have done. The second thing is that we have developed policies to try to make economic development and easier and better. For example, we have an SUP policy. When you had a business out in the county, it used to be that you had to come back every 5 or 10 years, go through the bureaucratic administrative process, and come back before the Planning Commission and this board to have it reapproved. Well, now we streamline that. As long as there's no changes in your SUP, you get to keep your SUP, keep doing your small business at your location out in the county, and it doesn't have to keep coming back for bureaucratic process and a vote. So that is a positive thing. And also in our department across the hall, planning and zoning, we've tried to streamline it, make it easier for developers, make it more timely for developers. Those are things we've done.
We proposed a bridge.
And also the 152 bridge, absolutely. We propose that. That would be a game changer. That's the kind of game changer we need, not giving away the taxpayers' money and subsidizing development, because then you have to pick, we like this developer, we like this location, we don't like this one, we like it. It doesn't make sense. It's not good economics. President Reagan, Margaret Thatcher, they were opposed to that kind of thing because we need free market economics. That's what it's about.
I tend to disagree a little bit on one thing, Mike. I think every business that comes in, you got to take a look at, and I'm not picking, choosing this or that. I voted no for Lansing, my district, my home, for almost 50 years. So I like to look at what it brings to the table. And there are some things out there where it's neighborhood revitalization, RHID, benefit districts, whatever, that could help everybody, including the county and the city. So each one that I had said it again, each one that comes in front of me is going to get my attention. That's why I was asking the numbers today. And what are the numbers? I like the smaller ones. What is the cost? And what is it going to benefit the citizens in this great county? So I look at it a little different. I'm not going to pick winners and choosers. I like Paul, but it doesn't mean I'm going to pick Paul to do something like that. I'm going to pick it because I think that's what it needs to stand on its own merit. Okay?
Commissioner, you did agree with my last statement on this, was that where there may be a place for some RHID developments, they should primarily be used for overcoming blighted community locations or locations where an important public purpose is served, and use them sparingly with respect for market forces.
I think I couldn't say positively, Mike. I think the one we looked at today was probably that. But there's other places that if their numbers match and it's not harming the community or the surrounding area, I'm going to take a listen to them, because you build more houses, you get more tax dollars. And what are we doing with property tax? That's what Vanessa said, and we've all agreed on that. That's why we work so hard.
And I agree with you.
So I would do it. I would take each one individually. Willie, go. Did you already talk?
I would just say
again
that since we're talking about road infrastructure improvements, there were improvements made by the city. We took county dollars and COVID funds, like we talked about earlier, to try to bring in development, and then we said no to the development. And if we're talking about a highway project, making sure that your population stays stagnant isn't the way to get that.
Okay, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
There's no discussion, Vanessa? Jeff?
Aye.
Mike? Aye. All right, thank you, folks. A lot of discussion.